Now, so you know, the thing did work correctly. There was audio, I just have it muted right now because of the game. I can't turn it on separately, I'm sorry. Alright, I'm too impatient to sit here any longer. Let's just go to the screen here so we can talk about this game, and then we're gonna play this game. Hello! Hello. Hi, hello, hee and welcome, cutie patootie little snapperoos. We're here to play The Good People today, which is a demo right now. But they will be... I think they said they're releasing the game soon. Either releasing it or will be. Oh, music is loud. Okay, that's what I thought. Turn that down. I didn't click on anything to see if there was any like settings for the audio or anything yet. Okay. Oh wait, I don't need that page. Okay. Thank you. Oh, there we go. Now I can see the pointer. It's a little Celtic knot. The art is very cute, yes. I got notified about this game, I guess you could say. It wasn't on my radar. I've been slipping real bad about games for stuff. But I was informed about this game. I took one look at the trailer and I was like, I need to play this. That fairies. Fairies? Yes, fairies. So we're gonna play the demo. I don't remember if it's the game itself that comes out in the first of next month or early next month, or if it's the Kickstarter. I'm not sure. I will have to keep you updated. I don't know. But you'll see like I should have timers running to give links to like the demo and to their like link page and to their itch.io and stuff like that. So if you're interested, you can check it out and see it yourself. But without further ado, we are here to join in fairy merriment. We're gonna have fun. I'm really excited. Ooh, okay. I didn't click on anything because I didn't know what was gonna come up, but I am glad I didn't click on anything. We get the full experience. Okay, what is the name? Oh. Do I... Oh. Nickname. T. Oh, is it like... Oh. If yes, the name will be left to fate. If no, okay, so it could be just, oh, my hair! I was so distracted. Okay, so I can't write this unless I hit no. I'm gonna leave it on yes. That sounds interesting. Hi, thank you. Oh, advanced options. Oh, okay. Well, I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna do... Let's go with they. Pronouns will default to they, them due to a case of mistaken identity. Ooh, okay. Interesting. Oh. Oh, okay, that's to return. That's so cute! What a cute little start screen. And then we've got like a little mirror here, so that's us. Now what do I do? Oh! Okay. Oh, achievements, illustration, side story, glossary, character creator. I don't think I can change the face. That might be something in the full game, or just I might be mistaken on that. Oh, world map. Okay, coming soon. Wow, Book of the Traveler, Soldier, Warrior, King, Queen, Trickster, Master. Ooh. This does look cute, right? So interesting. Okay, so I think just Book of the Traveler is the only one. Well, it said in the Book of the Traveler, pronouns will default to they, them due to a case of mistaken identity. So I'm kind of curious about what the fuck that means. So let's just click on Book of the Traveler. The Good People, Volume 1, Book of the Traveler. New game. The following chronicle seeks to recount the events preceding the... Is that Aranach's interference with the affairs of the legendary... Oh my god, I cannot pronounce all these. Tua de Donna. Donnan? Yeah, Donnan. Oh.
Tua de Dannon.
Tua de Dannon. I like that it has a...
Tua de Dannon.
I love that! That's so good! Oh my god! Thank you! Tua de Dannon. Okay. Did I say this one right?
Aranach.
I did say it right! The Aranach! Okay. So, preceding the Aranach's interference with the affairs of the legendary Tua de Dannon, more contemporarily known as...
Nadini Maiha.
Nadini Maiha. Okay. I'm learning! I'm learning how to read! We begin in 1845, during the initial onset of...
Androchhael.
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 This is neat. It's through both Steam and Itch.io. It's listed in both, so it doesn't matter which one you prefer, they're on both.
Androchhael.
Androchhael. During the initial onset of Androchhael, or... Oh...
Angortamor.
Angortamor. I'm gonna do this with every single thing. I'm sorry, I can't read. An era of Irish history besieged by unparalleled tragedy. For most, the severity of what was to come could not yet be known, but to the laborers, any poor harvest meant a long and hungry winter. Proper preparation was vital, and so it was thus that the Aranach set out to the port... Okay, wait, I want to know... This is... It's an Irish person. Okay. So it's like the protagonist, maybe? I wished I had this for Lord of the Rings originally. Right? It'd be so fucking handy for a lot of the pronunciations if there was, like, something like a little glossary you could refer to. So, okay. And thus... So it was thus that the Aranach set out to the port city of Galway one fateful mid-September morning, readying to pawn off an assortment of family heirlooms and other disposable values. It was the only way to ensure survival. This journey, however, would be far longer and far stranger than anyone would have ever otherwise anticipated. I wish Tolkien or his son could have done something like that. It'd be amazing. Right, absolutely. I need a glossary for pretty much anything I read sometimes. Chapter 1. The Irishman in Tirnog. Tirnog? Is that right? Oh, I can look around! Whee! Look at that sunset! Or is it sunrise? There's a dull ache in my belly, a hollow pang that's been nagging at me to eat the wee morsel Mem gave me this morning. What's this?
Prata Biogawan. Prata Biogawan.
Prata Buga. A one small. Oh, it's just a wee potato. It's one small potato. Okay, so we got a little tater. Can I adjust? Here we go. Okay, music volume, we'll turn that down a little bit. So that way we can turn this audio up. And that way we can hopefully hear the voices better. I like it when they have the voices and the music separate, so that way I can... Let's see, display mode, that's fine. Okay. That should be good. Now let's see how that sounds.
Prata Biogawan.
Okay, I can hear it a lot better over the music now. Cool. I ignore it again, but not without effort. My last proper meal had to have been last night's supper, but I know I can get by on a rumbling stomach a little while longer still. There will be time to eat when my errand's over and done with, and that should be soon. Oh, I can close that. Oh, no. Oh, okay, there we go. I hope. It's been a long and tiresome day's ride, but I'm determined to reach the Galway before the sun hangs high. Okay, so it's the sunrise. There's no sense in wasting what little money I have on lodgings if I can go about my business right as the shops open and be on my way midday. But traveling the road at night's dangerous business. Oh, traveling the night's a dangerous business. What is this?
Mafoshta.
Mafoshta. Aw, cute. Mafoshta. Let alone with all those treasures in your saddlebag. You ought to pace yourself. Lots of desperate folk out there, especially now. I'm not. Stop. I keep wanting to do accent. Don't do accent. I have a bad Irish accent. And it'd be insulting if I slipped into Scottish, which I almost did. Kinda did. Sorta did. But I'm just as likely to be robbed in the common lodgings as I am on the road, I told Mida, firm and final. Though, if I'm honest, I'm not too sure how well these old things will sell. None of it is terribly fancy by city standards. Mamo?
Mamo.
Mamo. Aw, it's Granny? That's so cute. Mamo. Mamo's doilies are Sunday clothes, a bit of jewelry Mom's worn Mom's worn ever since her wedding day. It's not exactly the kind of things to buy when times are tough, and from what I've heard, the disease on our crops hasn't just affected us. It's all over. This is during like the. Well, I'm not gonna assume. I don't know my world history. Let's be honest. I slept through history class. I shake my head. There's bound to be some wealthy folk willing to take these trinkets off our hands, even if not for much. If nothing else, it should get that bastard of a landlord off our backs for a while. The roads have been quiet. It's almost unsettling for this time of year. Of course, it's no surprise that I haven't seen other travelers these past couple of hours, but even earlier today, only a few folks crossed my path. Families, mostly, all bundled up and carrying what scarce few belongings their backs could manage, all slowly heading in the same direction as I. Now it's just me. Me and a dark thicket to my right and a river to my left. I gulp and eye the woods from time to time. A wall of trees line the roadside, swallowing up any light to be found on this moonless night. Okay, this is sunset! I don't know. It makes me nervous, so I keep to the left as much as I can and spur my horse to quicken her pace. That poor horse. Darby. Whoa, steady now. Darby, my family's workhorse, slows to a restless halt in the middle of the road. I sigh, continuing to prod her, but she refuses to move 1 inch further. Okay, yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking, but I didn't want to say anything because there's a high risk of being wrong without actually looking it up because, again, I slept through history class. But yeah, I was thinking it was probably the potato famine. Okay. I have to sell you off, you stubborn old... Ah. Yeah, thank you, I appreciate the research. I'm getting close. Just over yonder, I can see the beginnings of... Trying not to hiccup. Oh my goodness. I can see the beginnings of the city's silhouette on the horizon. But, it'll take me a few more hours to get there still. Alright, alright. I suppose we can rest for a short while. A very short while, you hear? Nay! Oh, is there a translation for this?
Nay.
Affirmative in horse. I fucking love that. Oh, good on you, mate. I dismount and lead Darby off the road and down to and down the riverside for a drink. As she wades into the water, I linger back on the shore and stretch my aching limbs, not willing to get my feet wet to keep a hold of the reins. My shoulders tense as I spin around to look down both ends of the road, searching for the source of the whistle I just heard. Eh? There's someone out there. No one answers me, nor do I see anyone in the darkness. I clench my jaw, peering back over my shoulder at Darby. She seems entirely undisturbed, yet too far for me to grab in a hurry. Well, not that she would go anywhere in a hurry, either. I sigh and rub the bridge of my nose. Her ears are better than mine. It might have been nothing. I lift my hand from my face and glare right across from me into the trees. I didn't see anything move, but I heard something. I'm certain of it. Oh, investigate. There's a timer! I panicked! I didn't even have my hand on my mouse! I quickly searched the grounds for something to defend myself with, but only managed to eye a flimsy-looking branch in the grass. I mean, listen, with the first playthrough of any visual novel, it's always a blind run for me, so we'll see. Yeah, me and timers have a history. I'm not good with them. We oppose each other. They want me to hurry up, and I want to think. That's fine. I can live with this. I'll do my best. With a grimace, I grab it and make my way across the road. It's no weapon, but it may be enough to scare off a wild animal. As for a person, well, I'll be less lucky if it's a person, but old Darby's a willful beast and not terribly bright. I've got no choice but to confront the thing, whatever or whomever it is. The thicket is as dense as it is dark, and even more intimidating up close. Carefully, I hold the branch out in front of me and prod at the underbrush, pulling the foliage back to stare into the trees for any sign... It's a bird. I jump back and nearly trip as a little bird flies out from the woods and rushes past my face, close enough to feel the brush of its wings. Wow, that is really close. My shoulders slump and I breathe out a sigh of relief. Only an animal after all, I think, chuckling to myself as I turn around. Oh. Huh? My jaw hangs slack as I finally spot the hooded person on the other side of the road, who somehow crept past me and now stands ready to hoist themselves right onto the back of my dim-witted mare. Hey! What are you doing? Get away from there! They're stealing my horse! Oh, they did. They stole my horse. The stranger refuses to regard me even as I charge toward them. Unfortunately, I'm too slow. By the time I reach the thieving bastard, they've already swung into Darby's saddle. What's that?
Rithgotapi.
Rithgotapi. Oh, run fast.
Rithgotapi.
Rithgotapi. And the horse just listens to you? The stranger swats Darby's rear and spooks the mare, okay, well that's fair, into a frenzied gallop out of the river and into, of all things, the woods. I'm baffled. I don't know if the thief intended to go off-road, or if poor, panicked Darby forced the thief's hand, but I don't have time to question it. Stealing my resolve, I run into the woods and chase after the thief on foot. My chances of catching up are slim, but I have to try. I have to. The journey back is far too long to be sensible without a ride, let alone without money, without food. Even if I pressed on and made it home regardless, what would I say to my family when I arrive? I've lost our money, our valuables, even our horse. We'd be fucked. Jaw clenched, I run as fast as my legs will take me, bolting through the trees, barely able to see more than 10 feet ahead of me, and with only a path of snapped branches to guide my way. Luckily for me, the thief seems to be riding straight through the woods.
Naughty.
Cal! Hello, Cal. Welcome. Oh.
Hi, everyone. Hello.
Put that over this already.
I think you might.
There we go. Yes, hello, Cal. How goes? How are you today? Welcome in. Okay, had they intended to decide to veer in another direction, I'm sure I'd lose them for good. It's odd, though. I can't imagine why the thief would choose to push further in. Would it not make more sense to simply keep on to Galloway, where all those things would sell? After a while, I lose track of how long I've been running. All I know is I need to keep moving, no matter how tired I am, or how my gut turns and growls. Fortunately, just as soon as I begin to fear that I'll never see the end of these woods, the trees begin to thin out. We've sprinted straight into the fairy room, haven't we? Into a glade. I pause for a moment to catch my breath, but the strangeness of this place does not escape me. At first glance, I think I must have gotten turned around and returned to the riverside, but the longer I look, I can see that this body of water is not a river at all. It's a small lake, surrounded on all sides by tall, jagged stones. I move closer on impulse and feel heat from the water rising up on pillars of steam. The surface also bubbles like a simmering stew, and if my eyes aren't deceiving me, the water looks red? Oh, what's this?
Cade on Devil.
Cade on Diva. What? What the fuck? What's all this? But of course, I'm talking to the air. No one else is here. No one else is here. Shite. My heart pounds as I spin around and search the grounds for Darby's tracks. I can't afford to get distracted like this. The longer I linger here, the farther the thief gets. Thankfully, it doesn't take me long to find a fresh pair of muddy prints. They came out of the trees in near the same spot I did, then halt abruptly, slowing to circle into a different direction. With haste, I go to follow this new trail, expecting it to wind back to the woods. But it doesn't. I stare down beyond perplexed, as Darby's hooves stop short by the lake's edge. For a moment, I consider the possibility that the thief purposely waded into the lake to throw me off, but the longer I look into the water, I realize it's too deep. There's no gradual decline. It's a steep drop, dark, murky, and without end. If the thief did steer Darby into the water, they would have... The stranger! Deep breath. What? Oh, shit! I would have drowned. He pushed me in the water! They pushed me in the water! I fell into the water because they pushed me. Okay, let's see. Lochbell... Lochbell Dragon!
Look Bale Dragon.
Lochbell Dragon! Lake of the Dragon's Mouth, a waypoint between worlds. Ooh, is that actual folklore? Loch Bel Dragon is one of the many yet few waypoints between just make sure, Tir na Nog? Yeah.
Tir na Nog.
Tir na Nog. Between Tir na Nog and Inishfal.
Inishfal.
Inishfal! Ah, I got it right! Inishfal. Hidden away and forgotten by most. It stands unique for its relative ease of access and longevity, yet similar to other waypoints of its kind, the threshold remains closed as to prevent accidental wayward travelers. Unless, of course, it has been deliberately opened. Oh. Current progress saved. Yes, continue the next chapter. Ooh. Oh, cool. Andridri Redir Glass? The Green Knight. Chapter 2. Oh, I hate being underwater. I don't want to be in the ocean. There's things that live in here. Let's stay with the lakes and the rivers. Just put me in a pool or a bathtub. Artificial water, please. Only. Put me in a water bottle. I mean, at least the water was warm, so it wasn't, like, freezing cold. After flailing in the water for God knows how long, I finally find the surface again and drag myself onto the lake shore. It takes several ragged breaths before my vision clears. Ooh, pretty. Lots of flowers. Did that cheeky bastard try to drown me? I look around to see if I can work out which direction the thief went, but nothing looks familiar. No, it's more than that. This isn't the same lake I fell into, nor even the same grove. The ruddy water is now bright and clear and adorned with lily pads. The familiar oak and ash trees are gone, replaced with mossy, gnarled willows and yews. The roots run so deep that they cascade into the lake, and everywhere I step is bursting with wild flowers. The forest is so overgrown that the treetops almost block out the sunlight that suddenly sprung up over the horizon, but despite the abundant shade, I'm perfectly warm. There's a slight breeze, but it's as soft as a kiss, spring-like. And awfully unusual for September. What is this? Glancing back at the lake, the water is still, without a trace of my unexpected swim. Christ almighty, am I dead? I pinch my arm and wince. I can still feel, but what if that's just my mind playing tricks on me? Maybe I hit my head in the lake and I feel a wave of panic wash over me as I think of my family, waiting anxiously at home. They never wanted me to come here. They told me it was too dangerous. What have I gotten myself into? Robbed and drowned by the roadside? Duh, Mom, I'm so sorry. Hello? The sound of an approaching horse snaps me out of my thoughts. My heart skips a beat for half a moment, daring to think it might be Darby, but then...
Who's out there? In the name of the Queen, I order you to show yourself.
I'm right here in the open. Where are you? I scowl a bit. What's a damn... what? Oh, an Englishman?
Sassenach.
Sassenach. What's a damn Sassenach doing out this way? Oh my gosh. Kaif gur ifran a Isha?
Caifi gur ifranéisio.
Ifranéisio.
Caifi gur ifranéisio.
Caifi gur ifranéisio. This must be hell. Ooh! Moving as silently as possible, I shield myself behind... They go over the scroll too, that's so cute! I shield myself behind a thick yew and watch for glimpses of the stranger or their horse. Up ahead, beyond the twisting limbs of this forest, I see traces of a dirt road. Darting between the trees, I advance closer, angling for a better vantage point. As I reach the tree line, I pause. The strangers come into view, like I had hoped, and now I can start making out some details. A pink sash peeks out from the foliage, which appears to be draped across some kind of cloth armor. I squint. Is that a spear? What's the military doing roaming around with spears? They're quite short for a soldier, too. This is just getting odd. I slump against a tree. My wet clothes feel heavy and my back is beginning to ache with tension. I can tell this stranger isn't my thief, and they don't look much like British military either. Maybe they could help me sort some things? They probably at least know where we are. Oh. Sure. Hello? Hi, hello? Sitting here feeling sorry for myself won't help. They may even be able to point me home. Or to the pearly gates, I suppose. Though, truth be told, I'm beginning to doubt that possibility. I can't quite put my finger on it, but I don't feel dead. Brushing my hair out of my face and straightening my clothes as best I'm able, I march out from the trees and over to them. When they see me, they come to a halt. Hopefully that's a good sign? However, as I begin to get a better look at their face, I'm momentarily taken aback. Their ears are lopsided. They're actually quite cute. The person before me is unlike anyone I've ever seen. For one, their ears slope to unnatural points and are nestled under a mop of greenish-brown hair. My eyes linger on the scar etched across their slightly protruding chin. I stand up straighter, but quickly look away, careful not to reveal too much surprise on my face. No wonder things have been so strange. I'm not dead, but they're not human. You'd easily mistake it from far away, but face to face, there's no question.
Ace She.
Ace She. People of the mounds, more commonly known as the fairies. It's one of the She. They remind me of the stories Mom would tell the men in green, those who watched over nature's most untouched places. You look angry. What did I do? Someone pushed me. I didn't come here on purpose. Despite my best attempt to present myself respectfully, though, the fairy looks furious with me. What? Without giving me time to respond, they seize me by the arm and drag me over to their horse. What the f- I mean, they did say there was going to be a case of mistaken identity. Please, wait, I didn't mean any offense. They don't even hear me over their own voice, which hasn't stopped berating me with questions all too fast for me to answer.
Where have you been? Do you have any clue how worried I was? What have you been eating? What are you doing here? Why are you all wet? Why do you look like you're starving?
Because I am. Okay, I have been at home with my family. I didn't know that you knew who I was. I have been eating potatoes. I am here because I was pushed in the water, which is also why I am wet. I was pushed into the lake, and I look like I'm starving because I am. Is that everything? After binding my wrists with some rope? Wait, what? Am I under excuse me, officer? Officer, am I under arrest? Binding my wrist with some rope they easily lift me onto the horse. Manam?
Manam.
Manam. Okay. My soul, an interjection similar to wow. Manam, they're stronger than they look. I was about to comment they were stronger than they look. I'm glad the game did it for me. But what's all this about where have I been? I just got here. I look down at them pleadingly and take note of a small swan emblem on their sash. Wait, hold on now. You've got to listen to me. Whoever you think I am, you have the wrong person. Unfortunately, my words fall on deaf ears. To be honest, though, the more they shout at me, the less angry they sound. If anything, they're acting more like a concerned parent. Sighing heavily, I slump into the saddle, now acutely aware that I'm being kidnapped by a fairy. At least I get a break from walking now. Oh. Aww, Ma.
Ahashka.
Ahashka. Come home safely, Ahashka. Stick to the roads and don't go astray. There's more than robbers out there to be mindful of. Ma'am, I'm not a child. You don't have to go on about those tales. Of course, dear. Just remember, don't give anyone your name, mind your manners, and don't eat anything you're offered. She knew that they were coming for me. After some time, the fairy and I arrive at an ancient-looking stone structure. The area is still and quiet. We're obviously on, oh god, can I back up? Oh, yes, okay. I accidentally hit the button. The area is still quiet. We're obviously the only ones here, save the wildlife, I suppose. Foliage blossoms all around us, filling the air with the sweet scent of wildflowers. The fairy silently helps me off the horse. They stopped yelling a while ago, so we were forced to travel in sullen silence. As they lead their mare to the stables, I awkwardly fiddle at the rope around my wrist, but it's no use. It's too damn tight to wriggle out of. I take in my surroundings and spot a flourishing fruit and vegetable garden off to the side. Huge strawberries rise out of the garden bed and spill over onto the path. My mouth waters at the sight. Entranced by bulbous ruby red berries, I almost don't register my captor returning to my side. Peas should be ready soon too. You grew all of this? Of course, who else would? They give me a puzzled look. I just meant you aren't having any trouble with the land? I look at the garden. The pea pods are plump and near ripe, and a hint of wildness is present in the chaotic tangle of stems, leaves, and produce. My thoughts turn back to our struggling farm and the people waiting for me to return. My stomach churns, and the encroaching hunger from the smell of strawberries turns into nausea. I suppose whatever this place is, the blight hasn't come to it.
Trouble? Why would I have trouble? Honestly, what has gotten into you, Daona?
Daona? Not you, that's for certain. Strangely, the name means human.
Daona.
They're just calling me human. It's like, what's gotten into you, human? You fucking weirdo. Daona, no, I falter, remembering my mother's warning. At the time, I brushed it off, but now I might need to think twice. Not them. Who else would you be? Wait, answer that when I have some parchment. Without giving me time to respond, they lead me into the structure. Parchment? Trader King. Okay. The bottom floor is surprisingly cozy, especially given the formidable exterior. Someone has gone to great lengths to make it feel like a home. The hearth is warm and comforting. Potted plants and handmade dolls are scattered about, and there's a faint smell of baked bread lingering in the air. They guide me over to a small two-person table. I'll be back in a moment. As I wait at the table, with not much else to do, I let my eyes wander over the decor. The tatting of the lace is the tatting of the lace on this dolly is done so well. I wonder if the fairy made all these things. The dolls, the doilies, the knitted blanket on the back of the armchair. I nervously eye the comparatively crude monstrosity propped up in the corner, which I assume is some kind of training dummy by the arrows in its torso. The words Trader King are scrawled across a sign slung over its neck, no doubt a testament to the dummy king's villainy. I suppose some things never change no matter where you go, but what is it guarding? When the fairy doesn't come back immediately, I use the opportunity to rise and check. It's a holding cell. A remnant of this building's purpose perhaps before the fairy made it a home. Peeking through the bars, I scan what may be in my future. Death by allergies. There's just a lumpy looking hay bed, a suspicious bucket, and a thick layer of dust that covers everything. Better than a skeleton, I suppose. Looking around the room some more, I spot a desk in the far corner, covered with scattered maps, notes, letters, and some wayward knitting materials. The maps have writing all over them, and the notes mention something about possible sightings that catch my eye. Oh, I'm gonna take a peek. I'm curious enough. I move some other papers aside and look closer at one of the maps. Strangely, it looks a bit like Ireland at first, but the longer I stare, the less sense it makes. Ooh! Move the mouse edges to navigate, plus to zoom in and minus to zoom out. Ooh, okay. Ah! Ugh, stupid goat! Really? Are these like places that they've been checking? Oh. Algam is read from bottom to top. So you go like up? Are there any notes I should be referring to? Oh, like here? Like is this Falias? Is that it? Is that what it is? That's cute. Yeah. Cute. I like that there's a little note on there. Oh. Okay, it does opposite. Well, it was doing opposite. I don't, how do I... Oh! Okay, there we go. I'm like, why is it, how do I progress? Okay. The continent, or island, is divided into 4 distinct regions. Oh. Wait, okay. Falias?
Folius.
Falias, the provenance of spring. It stands in eternal morning. Okay. Phineas?
Phineas.
The provenance of summer. It stands in eternal day. Murius?
Murius.
Murius. Murius, the provenance of autumn. It stands in eternal evening. And Gorius?
Gorius.
Gorius, the provenance of winter, stands in eternal night. Okay, interesting. Each name is then followed by a subheading, respectively, the provenance of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. I wonder what that means. Amid the various landmarks and city-like dwellings are symbols I've never seen before. The strange intersecting lines might be some kind of language, but I can't say for sure. Just look in the bottom corner, there's a key. As I keep looking, I notice some notes and scribbles jutting across the map in certain places. There's a little building in Falias that looks a bit like this place labeled Outpost. Is that what it is? An outpost? Finally, I take a look at the top of the map. There, I see the presumed name for this strange land. Tir Nanog. Land of the Young? I've only heard that name in stories. Could it be true? Have I followed in the footsteps of Oisin?
Oisin.
Oisin. A legendary poet of Ireland and son of
Fionn McCool.
Fionn McCool. Fionn McCool is a mythological warrior and druid, and the main character of the Fianna, or Feinan, cycle of Irish mythology. He once ate a really smart fish. Good for them! readiness for his journey into Tir na Nog. Okay. I decided to distract myself from this revelation by moving on to one of the letters that's already unfolded. There's a broken wax seal on the paper's edge depicting a swan, like the fairy's pin. To the Honorable Shay Fairglass.
Shay Fairglass.
The name given means courteous. The surname means green grass. Shay Fairglass. I mumble the words aloud. Shay Fairglass. That must be the fairy's name. The word honorable also clarifies some things. It seems I was right about them being a soldier, just not from any army I know. Suddenly, I hear the sounds of something being dropped on the table behind me. Caught red-handed. Lord, they're a Lightfoot. I try to turn around as casually as possible, as though I wasn't just prying into their personal affairs. Shay keeps looking between me and the desk, and I brace myself for a new round of lecturing. Instead, they begin talking rapidly.
Look, I know you don't believe me, but I really do think I'm onto something.
About what? I'm close. I can feel it. Look. They run over to the map and begin pointing to areas and talking about things I don't understand. So the princess was being held in Duntulan? Duntulan. Mound Fortress. Okay, so the princess was being held in Duntulan, which is in Murias, right? Right. And which princess is this again? Shay immediately looks at me like I have two heads.
What do you mean, which princess?
I don't fucking know where I
for
am!
the last 150 years.
Okay.
The missing heir to King Henri's throne.
Attacked by the Unseelie, disappeared without a trace. The missing heir to King Henri's throne. Ringing any bells? I feel the blood drain from my face. 150 years? Just how old are they? Long living aside, though, that's an awfully long time to look for someone. Wonder if all this princess talk has something to do with that battered dummy in the corner. Not that I'm terribly inclined to ask. Anyways, it wasn't always Unseelie territory. Despite the attack, we held the spot of Murias right till the end. It only went to the traders after the treaty, so I might have been wrong about her getting stuck over there, given the timing. So now I've got a different thought. The princess was closest to her druid more than anyone in the world besides me. And that lot chose not to interfere with the war, so what if she's with them, hiding away in one of their sanctuary temple things? When we escaped, I told her to go somewhere the Unseelie can't go. Maybe she thought that meant somewhere not part of the war. Or maybe she didn't choose at all. Maybe she could be as much a prisoner there for all anyone knows. Since the druids refused to stand with us when we needed it most, it wouldn't surprise me to learn that they kept the true heir tucked away for a rainy day. Hope that's not the case, but I don't know. Some of that lot feel as two-faced as the traders. No offense.
When you get done in Tever, I'd like to ask you a few questions about your time training there.
Wait, Temur? Temur is a large city in Valius and the capital of the Seelie court. Prior to the War of the Courts, it was the capital of all of Tir na Nog. I glance back at the map. There's a Timur and Falius. I was right. I really am in Tir na Nog, a freshly war-torn Tir na Nog. If I'm keeping up with everything Shay just said, I waver on unsteady legs for a moment. Shay stares at me suspiciously and clears their throat before continuing.
Of course, I wouldn't ask you to tell me any secrets. And I know you have to tend to the townspeople too, so it'd only be during one of your usual visits.
What usual visits? Assuming the queen lets... Oh, god damn it. I'm holding down space again. Assuming the queen lets you after all this, I mean. I know she doesn't like me poking around about it. Hey, I'm sorry about earlier. I've just been worried sick, you know? But I shouldn't have been so rough with you. Thank you. Does this mean you'll untie this rope? Not a chance. Now, come over to the table. Damn it. Well, at least we seem to be on better terms now. Maybe I can get them to listen to me. I finally see what they dropped on the table when they came in. They brought me a plate of bread and honey with a glass of milk. Aww. Go on, you eat while I interrogate you. I don't quite like the sound of that. What kind of interrogation is this? I stare at the food. My mouth salivates pleadingly. Ugh. My stomach may be all for it, but every other part of me is warning me not to, if I ever intend to get home, that is. I swallow down the hunger. I'm not hungry. Wow, that's a long way to say thank you.
Guramahagat.
What?
Guramahagat.
Guramahagat. Guramahagat. Okay. My gut groans in protest. Traitor. It's getting a sign, too. You sure about that? I positive? Shay stares at me, frustration plain on their face, but they don't press the issue and sit opposite me. Thank you for understanding, please. I'm sorry to refuse your food, but I don't want it. They take out a scroll and begin scrawling quickly, mumbling to themselves. Finally, they look up at me.
So, what were you doing by the loch?
Their quill pauses as they wait for my answer. Explain. I got pushed in! I'm not who you think I is! At last I can explain. I take a deep breath before launching into my story. I wonder if we are related. That'd be an interesting point, yeah. I was on my way to the Galway.
Galway? What's a Galway?
Let me fucking finish! Wait, sorry. Be polite. Be polite. Okay. If you would please allow me to finish. I suppose they don't know where that is. It's a place on the other side of the loch? You went to Innisfail?
Inishfal.
Inishfal. Isle of Destiny, an ancient name for Ireland. Ooh, cool. Inishfal.
Inishfal.
What a cool name. Isle of Destiny. Ireland. I didn't go there. I'm from there. Like I keep trying to tell you. Well, of course you are originally, but you know you're not allowed to open the waypoint without permission.
Deona, that's dangerous stuff to mess with.
No, I didn't do that though. There has to be some way I can convince you. I was just minding my business when a thief stole my horse and pushed me into the lake. When I stumbled out again, it spat me up here instead of there. I'm not Deona. It's just a mistake. Shay hesitates as they decide if they believe me. They go and pull a small bronze hand mirror out of their desk before handing it to me. It's just me staring back. I half expected a different face to be looking into the mirror. Still looks like you to me. How is this possible? Who is Deona? Maybe I should be asking who I am at this rate. You look like Deona, and I'm sure I didn't see a horse thief on my way to the loch. Besides, how's someone like that supposed to open up a waypoint? That sort of thing's far beyond the skill of a single person.
You realize how absurd this story sounds, right?
Likely more than you do. Honestly, Deona, I don't know what to make of you now. You disappear for months without a word, working up everyone from me to the court about where you've toddled off to. You know, some folks thought you were killed, right? What if the original Right? Like, what if they are the original Deona and there's some wibbly wobbly timey-wimey stuff going on, though? That would be neat. Or worse, defected. Bet if I hadn't been coming down for my rounds, you wouldn't have even thought to come by the outpost and let me know you weren't dead. Now you're spinning all these tall tales. Please, I'm not. Help me find the thief and I'll show you. Shay frowns and instead of answering me, grabs my forearm. This again? You have a bruise from where I grabbed you earlier. I can't see what they're doing, but they begin rubbing the blossoming bruise and humming softly. Can you please give me my arm back? Reddening. Oh, what a cute blushy face they have! I want to pinch your cheeks! Reddening, they drop my arm and rush off to their desk. I look down and the bruise is gone. How did they do that? Glancing at Shay, I see they're busying themselves at their desk. I take a long glance over at the food, not the foot. Oh my god. I can read, please. I'm just surviving off of coffee and spite today. And see a piece of bread is missing. Wait a second. Where did it go? Am I finally losing it? While I try to figure that out, I hear Shay nailing one of the notes they just wrote on the exterior door of the outpost. This prompts me to turn back to Shay, who then leans out a window to make a strange call. I gasp as a strange being with dragonfly-like wings flutters in and takes the note. I'll meet you at the palace. So I mean that Deona themselves might be the horse thief wanting to use you as a distraction. Well, yeah, that's also true. Convenient doppelganger. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure that's why they targeted me in the first place, right? Is either because I am them or I look exactly like them. We'll find out, I suppose. Maybe not in the demo, but in the full game. They whisper the promise to the creature and give it an affectionate head scratch. Then it bounds back out of the window. They pause in front of me awkwardly.
You know that if you just tell me what you've been trying to do, I'd help you. You're basically family, Deona. But if you don't tell me anything, then I can't.
I've been telling you lots of things. Yeah, right, we're trying, Shay, we're trying. We're telling you, but you're just not listening. Then help me catch the person who started this mess. We've got to talk to the queen first. Are you sure you won't eat? Again, I appreciate it, but no. With a final sigh, they gather their things and lead me out the door. I guess it's time to meet the queen of the fairies. Oh lord, what have I gotten myself into? Ooh, yes, save. And then I'm gonna take a quick second to clean my glasses because there's been a smudge bothering me for that entire chapter. I can see! Okay. On Meister Ruin? The Master of Secrets. Is this normal behavior for Deona that Shay doesn't think it's... Right? Like, tell me about this Deona. Explain to me who you think I am, so that way I can have a better understanding of why you're not listening! I love the feather animation for them falling is so cute. I love that this demo and the Save the Villainess demo let me look around. I think that's so great.
Tever.
Tever. The ride to Tever is quiet. Shay keeps glancing warily at me, like they want to ask me more questions, but change their mind every time. I suppose I'm not sure what to say either, since nothing I tell them makes a difference. If only I had anything from my saddlebag! Lulu! Welcome in, Lulu! B, can you drop a shout out for Lulu in the chat? I'm sorry, I still haven't... I was fixing the other Mix It Up stuff that I forgot to add the new shout outs. As we approach the city, we ride through the farmlands. Thank you. Life is your creation. I love that it's the clip of Lulu singing Barbie Girl. So cute. I saw that on TikTok too. As we approach the city, we ride through the farmlands on the outskirts. The fields are all flourishing and ready to harvest, even though it feels like a beautiful spring day. We finally make it to the city gates, an imposing wall at the base of an enormous hill. Perched on top of the hill is the palace, where I can only assume I'm being taken. My panic begins to rise as we get closer. If I don't find a way out of this, I may never get home, and who knows what else this Deona I'm supposed to be has done. If Shay is this angry, imagine what the Queen might be thinking. At least if I run, I might have a better chance of getting home. Shay takes this very moment to pull me closer to them. Damn, are they a mind reader?
Now we are gonna head straight to the palace. No stalling. Stay close. A lot of people have missed having you around to tend to them, and I don't want you getting dragged off.
But, if we stop for everyone who needs it, we'll never get there. And whatever you do, don't bring up that talk about, I keep forgetting how to say it.
Inishfal.
Inishfal. Don't bring up the talk about Inishfal. I expect the Queen won't take too kindly to hearing the court druids trying to flee the country. Okay, cool. If the Queen asks the court druid to cast something, like, is this a casting druid? Is that the kind of druid that you're looking for? Because I don't know how to use magic! Unless... It'd be kind of cool if I suddenly knew how to use magic, though. The court what now? That sounds... important. Shay doesn't say anything more on it, though, and leads their horse over to the stables before we enter the city. Yeah, imagine we walk in, the Queen is like, I'm sorry, Shay, who the fuck's this bitch? Who are you bringing before me? What's going on? Kara's not a fan of the city. Too crowded. I nod sympathetically, not being much of a fan myself. Poor horse. Darby isn't nervous around people. The old girl doesn't seem to even pay attention most of the time. All right there, Shay. Been a while since you've been up. Just escorting the druid back, then I'm back to the post. It takes all my willpower not to snort at the idea of being escorted like this. Inside the walls, the city is bustling with activity. People here, like Shay, are mostly human-looking, save for the pointed ears and a few strange otherworldly hair colors. A giant canal runs along the main thoroughfare, and the stores and homes are all inside gorgeous marble buildings. The blooming flowers that litter every corner and crevice fill the air with their pleasant aromas. Remember something Shay said before about what if Deona is human became something other years and years ago, and that's why they're still called human. Shay did say that Deona used to be... Yes, Shay did say that Deona used to be a human. Deona is their name, but also means human, so what I'm assuming is that when Deona themselves showed up in the Feywild, or kidnapped by fairies, or whatever the fuck happened back then, they likely gave Deona as their name to be called by. Like, you can call me Deona. Like, you can just call me human because I am a human, instead of giving their actual name, because you don't give the Fae your name, because then you'll never get it back. Either that, or they made the mistake of telling their name, and they're like, okay, well, that name belongs to me now, and we're just gonna call you human. At least, those are the two options that I can think of. Right, I read that. Manam, I don't know what I expected, but it was nothing like this. I craned my head as we walked to see as much as possible. Down the alleyways, I get a glimpse of shabby row houses and dimly lit stores. Shay and I walk side by side, and they have a firm grip on my bindings. At first, I'm annoyed by the short leash, until an elderly woman suddenly grabs my arm, her bony grip locked around it. Shay also mentioned the no stalling if someone wants you to tend to them, which means Deona would be in a more subservient position. Yeah, maybe? I mean, it depends on what the role of the court druid is, I guess. It might just be part of their duties, or just something to kill time. Daona, dear, I was so worried when I heard. I thought to myself, now who's gonna make we Carrions medicine? Oh. Yeah, we're gonna find out. Yeah, I wonder if it's like a doctor. Yeah, a doctor, healer. That makes sense. I feel a bit bewildered getting picked out from the crowd. Seems Shay isn't the only one who thinks I'm Daona. As I prepare to respond, Shay quickly cuts me off. Not now, Miss Depor. I promise to get Daona back to you, but first we've got to go see the Queen. Of course, of course. You come around too sometime, Shay. She leaves without a fuss, and it isn't until she's out of sight that we continue on. I feel my stomach churn as we walk. While no one else approaches Shay and I feel an abundance of eyes on me. Just how well known is Daona? Are they some kind of doctor? I don't like this. How am I gonna get out of here if the whole damn city knows my face? We come up to a busy crossroads filled with all sorts of food and bauble vendors. Amid the carts passing by, the large crowds, and many alleyways, this could be the perfect moment for my escape. No. I want to see where this goes. I'm too curious. I only get one chance. I've got to make it count. We continue down the main thoroughfare where I peek into shop windows and open doors to see an assortment of foods, trinkets, and fabrics offered. One weaver in particular is showing off what looks like silk that shifts from silver to a rich purple color in the light. A small crowd of admirers clap and gasp on cue. A bauble vendor is calling out to pedestrians to lure them over to her shop. Some of her trinkets are shaped like creatures I've never seen before. A couple remind me of the one I saw Shay talk to. Some of them sparkle with what look like real gems. I guess I wouldn't be able to tell if they were fake, but I get the feeling I'm not wrong. Any one of these could probably sell for 10 times what I had in my saddlebag. The well-to-do customers don't seem too impressed, though. Everything here is so fancy. I bet it wouldn't be so bad living in the city. I speak without thinking, temporarily forgetting that I'm supposed to know what here is like. Shay gives me a confused look that I'm quickly growing familiar with. The look that says, Daona wouldn't think the same. I guess if you don't look too hard, I mean, you know how it is, They stop mid-sentence, as though remembering my story. Maybe they're finally starting to believe me? But whatever they're thinking, they quickly shake the thought out of their head.
Anyway, you know how it is. Put the nice stuff up front so no one sees what's happening in the back.
Of course, you know this lot don't care much anyway. I do like Shay's voice so far. I can't wait to hear what the other voices sound like. Could be worse, I guess. Most people are doing alright now that the Queen lets you come down here and help. People like that. I wonder what Daona does for the city. If the Queen is letting her important druid come down to help, it must be pretty necessary. Even so, fairy problems are the least of my concerns. Right now, I'm just trying to deal with my human problems. Speaking of which, we're approaching a busy intersection soon. This might be the chance I need. Do I dare? Do I? I don't know. I don't think I wanna. We step into the street just in time for a carriage to come barreling towards us. I plant my feet into the dirt and defiantly refuse to budge, forcing Shay to either let go of the rope or be run over. I feel them release the rope with seconds to spare. I guess it's not giving me the choice. We both stumble backward as the carriage driver shouts obscenities at us. The traffic continues to flow, pushing Shay and I further apart.
Wait! You stay right there!
I can barely see them in the crowd now, and I use the opening to flee into the first alley I see. I gotta meet all the other love interests first! Sorry, Shay, but I can't afford to get dragged into more fairy business. I'm in way over my head as it is. As I run, tall market buildings begin to obscure the light in the alley, shrouding it in a bit of darkness. Hidden in the shadows, I eventually stop and lean against the cool stone walls and fiddle with the rope bindings. It's no use. The knot is secure and the rope is tight against my wrists. I sulk further down the alley in search of anything sharp. The alley gives way to another area of town where shabby storefronts have beggars and street food carts instead of the comparatively posh vendors I just left. I really don't need to be walking around like this. While doing my best to keep myself inconspicuous, I search the ground for anything of use. A shattered bottle by the doorway of a boisterous bar catches my eye. I dart over and snatch up my prize. Shielding myself from the bar window, I try to saw the rope with the glass shard. Ooh, butterfly. But it's difficult. Even when I manage to twist the glass at an effective angle, my fingers will slip or my wrists will cramp up. Damn, Shay sure knows how to tie a knot. I heave a sigh and drop my head back against the wall, giving my poor hands a rest. Just as I do, I spot a small fluttering light overhead. Oh, so it's canonical! I squint my eyes as the light draws closer and hovers by my still-bound wrists. I peer down at it and gasp softly. It's not a light at all, but a strange glowing moth. Don't suppose you can do anything about this? As though in answer, the moth quickly flies away. Oh, are you going to get another romantic interest to help untie my wrists? Of course, fat load of help you are. Without much other choice in the matter, I get back at it. But thankfully, after a painful few minutes of struggle, I finally finish cutting the rope. Alright, well, I saved myself. I'm a big, strong them. I can do it myself. Oh, is that another one? Ah, there's another one! As I'm soothing my aching wrists, the glowing moth returns. A little too late, aren't you? I'm talking to magical fairy moths now.
Well, well. Imagine that. The Sealy Court druid, missing for weeks, found loitering near a bar that serves known criminals. What will people say?
Hello? Ooh! Hello, hello! Who are you? Brandishing the glass shard, I turn to face the speaker. A tall, slender man stands behind me, his face half obscured by shadow. The moth flutters near him, even though he pays it no attention. Oh, the moth went and got him. What does that say about you, then? I don't know. I don't know. I snap back at him, my voice stronger than I expected. The man steps into the light. He leans towards me until we are face to face. Begorra, he is the prettiest person I've ever seen. I mean... Hello! He is pretty damn gorgeous, I'm just saying. Mysterious man as mysterious as he mysteriously approaches me mysteriously. His golden eyes hone in on me, and he gives me a vulpine smile.
Why, it says I'm doing my job, of course.
And, what job is that? My voice begins to waver under his cold gaze.
Finding you.
Oh.
Now come, let your dear friend Keegan take you back where you belong.
Keegan. The given name means ardent. The title means master of secrets. Oh.
Keegan Moshtaruin.
Moshtaruin. Keegan Moshtaruin. His smile is even more unsettling. Is everyone in the other world after Daona? Escaping is getting more complicated by the second. Damn it, I really have no choice after all. I dejectedly walk alongside him as we venture through the alleys.
Convenient that I ran into you here. I was just meeting with an associate regarding your whereabouts. It was quite useless, evidently.
Oh, are you talking about Shay? Was Shay the one, or was it someone else? Your, associate? One of them, yes. I would be a poor master of secrets without a variety of contacts. Master of secrets? Is that some kind of fancy word for a spy? I guess that makes sense. It would explain why he was in a place like this. I should probably be extra careful around him. I'm kind of glad that I didn't be like, I'm not Deona in front of him, because who knows what he would have done with that info if he even believed me in the first place. Just my luck I'd run into him while everyone thinks I'm some important druid person. Maybe I can play the part long enough to get out of here. Rather than heading directly for the palace, Keegan instead takes me into a fancy-looking boutique. I've never seen such a shop before, but Keegan glides through it with clear familiarity. The two shopkeepers whisper frantically between themselves when they catch sight of us. As Keegan approaches the counter, their whispers turn into delighted grins and greetings. Oh, Master Keegan, back so soon? Or is this a visit of pleasure?
My lady, as much as I value my time here, this visit is not for me.
I'm gonna need you to not speak in that tone. I don't think my brain cell can handle that. He's got some vocals that I could really get behind, okay? Keegan attentively takes her hand and briefly kisses her knuckles. Oh, he's a flirt. The young woman flushes pink before shooting me a look of contempt. Yes, about my guest here. I'm bringing our flighty druid friend back to the palace, but all three of them stare at me, and I nervously rub my dirty hands on my clothes. I've never really put much thought into my looks, besides from the times I needed to mend a thing or two. Could get behind or in front of because he can speak in front of me. Yes, please. That's fair. That's better than whatever the fuck my brain cell came up with. Standing in front of their judgmental eyes. Standing in front of their judgmental eyes, though, my marriage clothing seems more shabby than before. You can see the problem. I simply cannot present the druid in this state. The queen would be devastated. Master Keegan, how considerate. The queen is truly blessed to have such a man in her court.
Now.
Now, good sir, the pleasure is all mine. I can't tell if Keegan is being sincere or not, but the couple behind the counter don't seem to care either way. They rush to bring me an assortment of outfits, all while fawning over him. Suppose he's pretty popular. The couple never speak to me directly. Instead, they talk to Keegan about me. Seems pretty rude, but, I mean, sure, what am I gonna do about it? I do notice that they seem to keep shooting nervous glances at the glowing moth that curiously bobs near him at all times. They don't seem to like your moth very much. I'm not sure what possessed me to speak up. Likely the fact that the shopkeepers keep ignoring me. The lady shopkeeper shoots me an ugly look before returning to her fabrics. If Keegan sees it, he says nothing. Ooh, okay. Okay, so that's a fairy?
Ace, she.
Ace she? Oh, the ace she usually aren't allowed inside. This couple is kind enough to make an exception for my will-o-wisp. Oh, it's a will-o-wisp! Cute! I love will-o-wisps. I stare dumbfounded at the fluttering moth. I grew up hearing stories about the wisps, but to see one this close, it's different than I imagined. Cuter, I suppose? For a moment, I pause. Wait, but aren't you all Ace Sheen? Oh, okay. I've barely... Hold on a second. Okay, I'm gonna have to take a quick intermission, unfortunately. I will be right back. I gotta go take care of Cooper. So it will be just a few minutes while I get him sorted, so I'm gonna punch my phone. Okay, so sorry about that. Cooper just got fixed, so I had to help carry him to the backyard because he doesn't know what to do with the cone.
We go together!
Oh my god! Were you waiting, Arku, were you waiting for me to come back from that break? How dare you, sir? Well, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Hello, all you cutie snackies. Welcome to the Mimic Manor, where we are playing The Good People, where I'm being mistaken for a fairy person, even though I'm just a little Irish dude. Floomster raid, yay! Welcome in, welcome. Oh, it's not working again. It was working earlier. Why is the shout out not working? I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't understand. But welcome in, raiders. Arkoon, please do feel free to go take care of your after stream care. Get yourself some food. Go potty. Go whatever you need to do, love. Same goes for anyone else in the raid. Please don't feel like you have to stick around to go take care of yourselves. But otherwise, if you do choose to remain, we are happy to have you. Get cozy. We're here in the other world with the Fae. But hello, anyone who doesn't know me, my name is T. I am your local problem. I run the Mimic Manor. We show up wherever the fuck I feel like. I don't know. Sometimes whatever places I don't feel like, but whatever. It is fine. You didn't see the thing. I did not see the thing that you did. No, it didn't. Did it play something for you for the shout out? I didn't see anything. Harley, can you stop jumping behind me? Like, are you an acrobat? What's going on? Please go to bed. Please go to bed. I will give you a treat later. Please go to bed. Go. Thank you, honey. Yes, good girl. Sorry, she's like jumping behind me and I can feel her tippy-tappies on the back of my heels. I didn't play a thing, but I did a thing on Twitter and stream. I did not see? Oh, well now I'm gonna have to go look. Did a thing on Twitter. I'm sorry, I did not, I don't know what's going on. Keep the secrets until you look. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to look more in depth later, because listen, my single brain cell is currently functioning barely on coffee and spite, so I need to save the reserves of power for actually functioning in this Irish game. It's wild what happened? Oh, I'll have to take a look later. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. I've already forgotten how to say this.
Ace, she.
Ace, she. Okay. But wait. But aren't you all ace, she? What's the difference? Oh, am I gonna sound speciesist? Okay, I guess that was a bad thing to say. As soon as I say that, the couple both stare at me, horrified. Keegan actually looks caught off guard.
You've returned much more vulgar than before. Intriguing, but unbecoming. What if I'd asked the difference between you and a horse? It amounts to the same thing. As you well know, they were already here when we, the two a day, were driven to Tirnanog. It's a foul human conflation to assume we're the same.
Yeah, maybe because I'm not who you think I is. Tribe of the Goddess. Tribe of the Goddess Danu? Mortals made demigods through the blessings of Danu. Ooh, demigods.
Tuhade Danon.
Tuhade Danon.
Danu.
Danu, the mother goddess of the Tuatha Danann. It was she who created Tir na Nog and elevated the Tuatha to godhood, granting them knowledge of magic. Oh, intriguing. Huh, so they're not all fairies then, or at least a different sort, enough so that the conflation would cause offense. My first time in a fancy shop and I insulted the owners! It did do that thing. Wait, what? Oh. You guys are still talking about the secret secretly. With all your secrets. I'm not sure if Keegan cares about what they say, but I get the feeling the wisp means more to him than he lets on, or else he wouldn't keep it so close. Listen, you keep, I don't want to spend too much time on this. What are you talking about? I don't see anything on your Twitter. I don't understand the question. Okay, you are flesh too. I saw the video before. Like, you were, like, being dramatic, and then you just walked into the camera like, sup, bitches. I liked that post. What? Okay, then it wasn't something that was new. It's something from like a few days ago. Okay, I thought there was something else going on, and I was confused and concerned and a little alarmed. Yes, you have exchanged the floof for flesh. You shaved all of your floof off. Oh God! Okay, fine. I will hydrate. Singing praise. Wait. Singing praises for me? Nuh-uh. No, that's not. Not at all. That's bullshit. What the fuck are you talking about? Get out of here. Get out. What? Our goods been freshly peeled. Thank you for the head puppies. Thank you. Oh, okay. Freshly peeled, yeah. Our good has been freshly peeled. Okay, right. What do you think, Master Keegan? The mauve kaftan or the emerald gown? Wait, what? Keegan seriously considers each option before grabbing them both and walking over to me. He holds the outfits for me to consider. Let's let the wearer choose, shall we? I get to choose either, like, suit or dress? Ooh! The fabrics are high-quality silks. I'll never earn enough in my lifetime to pay for these. I have to find a way out of this before I end up deeper in trouble. Oh, no, stop. Mahara, my friend. Usually, Ahara is used as a form of address, like hello my friend, whereas Mahara is possessive. This is my friend! You can't have him! Some find Keegan's predilections towards the possessive phrase as an address odd, rude, or unsettling. No. We like a possessive perspective romance interest. Never fear, Mahara. This is simply a business expense. Of course, I will foot the bill. That's exactly what I'm worried about. The words come out before I can stop myself. You seem to have also gained some sass on your unexpected vacation. Because I'm not... You guys, please. I don't need an identity crisis. I know who I am. You simply must tell me what you got up to after we meet with the queen, of course. For now, let's make you presentable. I flush at the reminder of my position and grab one of the outfits. Oh. Emerald or mauve? Emerald or mauve? I love emerald. Green's kind of my thing. Oh, sorry, Lulu. I'm sorry. I picked green to match my hair. I chose the dress Yes, finding myself drawn to the way the fabric seems to glimmer when it catches the light. The silhouette is foreign to me and exposes more of my skin than I'm used to, but it makes sense for the climate. For a moment, I marvel on the detailing. The neck and waistline are embroidered with floral embellishments and feel silken to the touch. I can't imagine how much time was spent on this gown alone. Once I'm finished changing, the shopkeepers gesture me over to a large silver mirror so I can finally see myself in full. How do you feel? They are masters of their craft, no? Fuck. Can I? I don't think I can save. Nope. Okay. I don't know. I would personally feel silly if this is my first time wearing something really fancy. I kind of feel silly. I'm sorry. I feel silly. I feel a bit silly. I can't help but feel awkward. The fine fabric is soft against my skin and fits me well. However, as I stare at my own reflection, something feels off. Maybe it's just because I'm tired and not used to such nice clothes. I'm terrified to dirty or damage them. Keegan steps around me and inspects for himself.
I think you look enchanting. Were we at my estate, I'd have just the perfect thing for you to wear.
I don't... Why do you have clothes that are perfect for me at your house? Alas, we don't have the time to be picky. I raise an eyebrow. Keeping note of my measurements, are you? You don't acquire a position like mine without being observant. I can't tell if he's being serious. As we approach the counter, the tailors are both watching me in triumph. They may be snooty, but they obviously take a lot of pride in their work.
I must say, you did not disappoint me. Once again, I'm in your debt.
I don't know if I can handle listening to him talk, dude. His voice is a little too good. It's a little too good. Oh, you flatter us, Master Keegan. Your patronage is thanks enough. Of course, we also enjoy your more casual visits. I'm sorry, what happens on these casual visits? As do I. For now, I fear I must return to the palace. I'll send payment along with what I owe for my personal order. Keegan continues to discuss the details in between their compliments. By the time we leave, they have invited him for tea no less than 3 times. Meanwhile, I still can't stop thinking about what it means that I accepted these clothes. Keegan says I won't have to pay, but the fairies, whatever kind he fancies himself to be, don't just give things away for free. When we make it to the palace, for a moment I'm struck by its opulence. Intricate canals and waterfalls decorate the grounds, and pink roses cover a significant portion of the land. Okay, I keep forgetting I can look around. Pretty. We're greeted by a grandiose marble staircase and a large pink banner bearing the same swan roses I saw back at Shay's outpost. The stone is carved into a mixture of antiquity and long, sinuous lines that give the palace a beautiful, unique appearance. Moss and roses grow along the grounds and walls and cover the elaborate fountains in green and pink, so that there is a trace of wildness about the place. The palace feels old too, but not in a bad way. More timeless than anything. If I wasn't terrified for my life, I'd love it. It's the most grand building I've ever seen. Keegan seems unfazed by the grandeur as he casually greets the guards and guides us through the gates and then over a bridge.
Watch your step, Mokara. It's a long way down.
I raise my eyebrows and glimpse over the side of the bridge. When I do, I have to force myself not to make any sudden movements. I expected to see a lake or something down below us, but all those waterfalls are just flowing into some great big pit. I can't even see the bottom of it. Instinctively, I walk closer to Keegan until we've put some bit of distance between us and the pit. Me too! I'm afraid of heights too, bro. As we enter the palace itself, servants and nobles line the halls we pass through, whispering behind their hands and staring at us. Sorry, at me. The servants are watching with concern, their eyes flickering between me and my escort, Keegan. The nobles, on the other hand. Oh my, I think we're in for a show today. Didn't they run off to join the Unseelie? Vaguely seem like they're anticipating my demise. I squint as I note the word Unseelie. Did I join the Wild Hunt? Fucking, I love fairies. Shut the fuck up, I'm so excited. I've heard it before, I think. Shay mentioned something about it, didn't they? Despite the columned halls being open to the air, it feels claustrophobic as I realize I'm the center of attention. This is like some kind of nightmare. As we make the long journey down the hall, I can't help but think whatever the Queen has in store can't be worse than this.
Quite impolite, aren't they? Gawking so openly. You'd think they'd have better things to do.
Uh-huh. Is he trying to make me feel better? I give him an anxious smile in return. Keegan blocks me from the crowd as he leans over to hold the door open to the throne room. His expression never changes, but his voice drops so only I can hear him. Oh no, don't whisper in my ear. Please don't. Okay, good, it's not voiced. I was gonna scream. Are you ready to go in? No, but yeah, sure, I guess. No use in putting it off anymore. Keegan nods and we enter the throne room. To my surprise, the Queen is nowhere to be seen. Oh, hello. Instead, there are 3 very important-looking men talking amongst themselves. All 3 of them turn to look at us as we walk in. Okay.
Sethor, Kethor, Tethor.
Sethor, Kethor, and Tethor. The brothers are named after the last High Kings of Ireland?
Inishfal.
Inishfal. Yeah. Sethor, Kethor, Tethor. Why, of course, I should have known you would be here, awaiting Her Majesty. The men share a cautious look before approaching us. Well, 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 if it isn't Keegan, I wonder where our... Oh, his last name, but the Master of Secrets.
Keegan Moshtaruin.
Moshtaruin. I wondered where our Moshtaruin had slithered off to. I'm gonna have to listen to these pronunciations like a million times over. I do apologize, but I'm so glad. I would have butchered every single one of those words. The red-headed man chuckles at some joke only he understood. The other 2 men are appraising me, both looking at me as if I were something foul. Wonderful! I get all gussied up, and the fops still turn their nose up at me. Isn't Diana supposed to be one of them, or do all wealthy folk just have a second sense for spotting the poor? Here's hoping they aren't too close to the Queen. I see you're returning the fledgling druid. Her Majesty will be most grateful, I'm sure. Oh, yes, she does love her pets, doesn't she? Cathor's eyes remain on Keegan. I wonder if he was included in that statement.
I only do as she asks of me.
Oh.
I'm sure Her Majesty will feel the same about you.
And what are you applying by that, Master of Secrets?
Her Majesty must be reliant on us all to watch out for her best interests. After all, rulers these days are dropping like flies.
He knows something they're trying to hide. The courtiers share a furtive glance, but Keegan gives no indication if he saw it. Kethor's face rushes through several expressions before settling on indignation. However, we don't get a chance to hear his response. Oh, next chapter. I wonder how many chapters the demo is. On Baron Ross? The Rose Queen. I probably said that wrong too. I apologize. I barely read English. Before the okay. Before the sneering courtier can fumble in a final retort, a chorus of trumpets erupts through the throne room, ceasing all the chatter around us entirely. I spin around, following the collective gaze of the court until it settles on the back door, where an ostentatiously clad footman stands at attention. Presenting her illustrious royal majesty, as regal as the swan, a flower among women, beautiful and benevolent, a paragon of grace and point. Before the Everdawn dims, if you will. Okay.
Aoife Elavon.
Aoife Elavon.
Aoife Elavon.
Aoife Elavon. The given name means radiant. The surname means white swan. Girl, what is your deal? I'm sorry, she keeps jumping. Queen of the... Oh god, I already forgot how to say the first part. Tua de Danann.
Tuatha Dé Danann.
Tua de Danann. Okay. Queen of the Tua de Danann and the sovereign of the Seelie Court. The door practically bursts open from behind the footman, who scurries off to the side before he can be trampled by the ensuing procession. The scene is a spectacle to behold. Hordes of finely dressed folk all flutter around a lace-shrouded litter, and everyone else is in its immediate path is either forced to disperse or join in the revelry. Some of the entourage play music, sing, or toss dried flowers out in front like rice at a wedding. Most, though, are crowding in and around the litter itself, all speaking up to the woman inside, their voices converging in an incomprehensible cacophony. I unthinkingly make a step towards the scene, feeling almost compelled to get a better look, but no matter how I strain my neck, I can barely see past all the other people in the litter's wake. Suddenly, I feel a hand on my shoulder.
I wouldn't do that if I were you. The Queen's entrances stop for none.
Okay.
She does have a knack for it, though, doesn't she?
Yes. Right, yes. Keegan smiles at me and leads me out of the way of the litter, but I keep my eye firmly affixed to it even as it passes me by. I can't help myself. I've heard stories about the Queen of the Fairies ever since I was a wee thing. Even if she isn't quite a fairy in the strictest sense, she must be a marvel to have this kind of escort following her every step. Sadly, all I can make out is her faint silhouette. Oh, did you see Her Majesty's gown? What a splendid design. I simply must... Oh, what? Oh, watch where you're going, you little oaf. I turn my head around, following the ruckus that just broke out. Squinting some, I watch as a variety of courtiers are seemingly pushed and shoved aside, all echoing a similar aghast sentiment. I can't see who's doing the pushing, though. They'd have to be awfully short to... It's Shay! I was just gonna say it has to be Shay. Stand aside, I have urgent news for the Queen. Right, that explains it. Ah, I see our little friend is back. This should be amusing. Shay, over here, Shay. I wring my hands, wincing as I notice the scowling faces around us. Lord almighty, they're doing this because of me, aren't they? I look up at Keegan and clear my throat. Should we, intervene? Why? I don't much want them getting in trouble on my account. Well, then, I suppose we can endeavor to try, but I make no promises. I breathe a sigh of relief. Thank you.
You may wish to hold on to that thanks.
Yeah, you're not supposed to outright thank the Fae. Because then that means you owe them. Oh. You got close. Suddenly, Keegan leans in close and lowers his voice to a whisper.
My services come at a cost.
Oh, fuck! Why'd you whisper? Ah! Damn it! I slink away from him and narrow my eyes. Suspicious. Meaning what exactly? God damn it. Keegan chuckles, seemingly amused by my hesitation. I'll let you know soon. I both love this and cringe at the same time. It's so good, though. It has to be good to cause that secondhand embarrassment or reaction. Come on. That's the best part about playing these games. With that, he walks away before I can change my mind. Sighing, I follow after him. Leading the way, Keegan swiftly glides off in the direction of the litter, weaving around the other members of the court as nimbly as a cat. I do my best to keep up, but it takes a good deal of effort on my part. He's much faster than I expect him to be. That social anxiety secondhand. Right, exactly. I knew you'd understand, B. You get it. By the time we catch up to Shay, they've nearly gotten to the litter already, leaving a trail of foul-faced nobles in their wake. Still, despite the indignant glaring, all the nobles seem to quiet down as they spot us following in behind the lowly guard. Or rather, as they take notice of Keegan.
Your Majesty! Queen Aoife!
Aoife. Gracious, what is that sound? Ah, it appears to be one of the guards assigned to the outer posts, ma'am. I see. Then they must be lost, poor dear. Perhaps you could redirect them. Yes, Your Majesty. Oh, what is it? Brony?
Bruni.
A nook-dwelling Ashid known for their shyness and keeping a clean house. Occasionally, the term is offensively misappropriated to refer to domestic servants among the Tuatha. Note, this term originates in Scots Gaelic.
Bruni.
Oi, Bruni! That's enough of that. We'll not be having none of your nonsense today. Back to your post. I squint as we start to overhear the chatter in front of us. Aren't Bruni's a she?
Ace she.
Fucking, I'll learn one of these days. As though reading my mind, or perhaps my face, Keegan immediately chimes in with a laugh. Oh, they won't like that. It's true, but they won't like it. What do you mean? Why is she calling him a Bruni?
Oh?
Oh? Surprised you don't know, Daona. Our friend here wasn't always a guard. Before enlisting into the army, they were a servant from a long line of... What's this?
Shencleha. And then the plural. Shenclehi.
Shencleha, and then Shenclehi. Okay. An unfree class of domestic servants in the Tuatha
Danan.
Tuatha, okay. Servants in the Tuatha society when... No, oh god, no, not auto, go back!
Oh?
Fucking
Shencleha. And then the plural.
No,
Shenclehi.
When Shenclehi earn wages, they have fewer rights and privileges under the law and are usually prohibited from free movement. Okay. So from a long line of Shenclehi in the last royal family service, Shay in particular waited on the crown princess before she was slain. Of course, Shay will swear up and down that the princess is still out there somehow, so it's just a bit of teasing, see? Once a dutiful servant, always a dutiful servant, even, it seems, in death and delusion. My gut sinks as he says that, and so I glance back over towards Shay. Sure enough, they look furious.
I am not a Bruni!
Anyway, I'm afraid I have to insist. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Given name means courteous, the surname... Okay, yeah, Feargless is his surname. Okay.
Shay Fairglass. Shay Fairglass.
Fairglass, okay. I forgot what their name was. Fergus, I'm warning you.
Now.
That won't be necessary, friend. They're just carrying out orders. Both Shay and the other guard turn to face Keegan as he interjects himself into the conversation. The other guard stands up straighter as soon as he catches her eye, but Shay...
What? Hey!
Hi. You! Me! Hi, hello. There you are. I resist the urge to duck behind Keegan as Shay notices me, lest I further incur their wrath. Instead, I try to smile and give them a bashful wave. Hi. Keegan, for his part, ignores them entirely. As you can see, I sent Fairglass to alert the Queen that the court druid was in my custody. We wouldn't want to leave her waiting now, would we? The other guard looks me over with a mixture of shock and suspicion, but soon enough, she gives Keegan a stiff nod and turns back around again. Your Majesty, it's the human. Master Keegan has the human. The guard's announcement seems to reverberate through the air, passed along in a quick successive chain of whispers. It's as though, all at once, the eyes of the court have shifted from Shay onto me. Oh god, the musical stopped! Before I know it, the procession and all of its pageantry has come to an abrupt halt in the middle of the room. I fold my arms and frantically look between Keegan and Shay, unsure of what to say or do with all the newfound attention on me. But neither of them seem like they're going to do much of anything, given Shay is understandably a bit mad at me, and Keegan, well, he just seems like he'd rather watch me squirm. Christ, why did my double have to be the most conspicuous bleeding person in the whole of the other world? Hello there?
Oh my gods.
I startle as an unseen voice cuts through the whispers of the court, and like clockwork, all the attention is pried off of me and onto...
Dana! There you are, you little rascal. Where in Danu's name have you been, darling?
She's so cute! Oh my god, hi! Do you have any idea how worried... No? How devastated I was! Wait, what the... No, god damn it, that's not... Hold on, sorry, that... Ignore that Kickstarter message, that's not... I turned that off. That's for a different game. Delete message. God damn it. Did it delete? I don't know if it deleted. Ignore that. Hold on. I turned that off. Do I need to delete it? Oh, this one. God damn it. Alright, somehow it's swapped. I'm just gonna delete it so it doesn't come on again. I don't know how it turned back on. I apologize. Ignore that. I don't know if it's still in the chat or not. Ignore the Kickstarter listing. That's not actually a Kickstarter. That was from Save the Villainess. Ignore it. Ugh, stupid timers. Whatever. Okay. How devastated I was. Alright. Everything's been ruined! The mood is gone! It's true. Her Majesty very nearly cancelled her plans to visit the Summer Palace. I have no time to react to any of this, at least not appropriately. As she speaks, the Queen unceremoniously bursts from the litter of her own procession and proceeds to stride straight towards me. Every member of the court is forced to make way, and unlike with Shay, they do so with expedience. Likewise, once the Queen reaches me... Oh, she's so cute! Ah! I'm rendered completely helpless as she scoops my face into her hands and squishes my cheeks. Ah!
Oh, just look at you. So pale, so thin.
I mean...
Really, darling, what were you eating this whole time?
Nothing.
Nuts? Berries off the forest floor?
Potatoes?
Say no more. The thought of it is simply too much to bear.
The queen suddenly wrenches me free, and I find myself stumbling backward, in part due to the surprising amount of force behind the act, but also mostly out of flustered embarrassment. I think my whole face must be as rosy as her hair. Yeah, I know, I'm definitely her pet. Maybe Keegan wasn't lying before about the queen being distressed. Keegan, I ought to kiss you, or at the very least reward you for what you've done here today. Though I suppose I should hardly be surprised that our master of secrets would be the one to bring our dear, sweet, darling Deona home. Part and parcel to the territory, no? As the queen says this, I notice Shay running up behind her, their mouth agape. Though, strangely, despite how urgently they tried to alert the queen of my presence, they do not interject against the queen's assertion. Correct her. He wasn't the one. I mean, he found me second, but he wasn't the one who found me first. Too true, my queen. I'm probably not going to get good points with Keegan for this, but oh well. Actually, it was Shay who found me. We ran into Keegan along the way. Credit where credit's due, bitch. Don't give me that look. Oh, is that so? Yes, though they were in quite the state when I crossed their paths. I thought it best not to parade the court druid through the throne room in rags. Quite well. You have my gratitude for your services, Sweet Pea. I shall inform your superior to ensure you're appropriately rewarded. You may return to your post. Oh, thank you, Your Majesty. But...
Darling?
But, was there something else?
Yes, Mum. Permission to escort the court druid back to their premises.
And if I may be so bold. May? That's a first. I think under present circumstances, someone ought to stand guard. At least for now, while it's still unsafe. Damn it. I feel a chill run down my spine. Stand guard? How will I hope to get home then? Right? After all, the unseelie... No.
What?
Oh? No, that will not be necessary. Return to your post. Shay, for a brief moment, stares at the queen with an irritated bewilderment, best reserved for, well, anyone else. To be fair, if someone is there to guard from the unseelie showing up, I'm not going to see the other half of the cast, so... But ultimately, Shay just nods stiffly to Keegan and the queen and begins to walk away. Oh, Shay.
Thanks. See you around.
Aw, Shay! Shay, you're too cute! Don't leave me! I like them a lot. They're so cute. Shay really feels entitled as much as the queen. I guess they're just protective. Well, I don't know the whole story, so I'm not gonna really say much, but don't forget that they mentioned that Shay protected the former crown princess before she was killed. Quote unquote killed. But they think that the princess is still alive, so it might be that they've had a lot of ridicule for persisting in that belief when there's I guess a different princess as the queen on the throne now, so... I don't know, we'll find out in the full game, I guess, probably on their route, so... Well, how very exciting.
Your Majesty.
Now, Your Majesty, if you wouldn't mind... I have some important matters to bring to your attention. Developments in your absence, shall we say. Yes, of course. But later. Poor Deona looks exhausted. I simply must see them to their cottage first. Ah, naturally. By all means, then. Shall we be off?
We? Oh, really now, Keegan?
The more the merrier.
I can't say I'm surprised you'd set your sights on this one. But am I not entitled to a little time alone with them, too?
Deona, what have you been doing here? For a brief moment, Keegan... don't have the brains for this court intrigue, right? I don't have the patience for court etiquette. For a brief moment, Keegan appears visibly surprised, but the expression's gone as quickly as it came.
I can't say I quite catch your meaning.
But I am your humble servant. What was it again? Aoife?
Aoife Elavon.
Aoife. I had it completely wrong. Aoife. Perhaps I merely wish to bask in your presence. Engage in an intelligent conversation. No doubt, but there's no need to flatter me. Keegs?
Keegan Mosh Daruin.
Well, okay, that doesn't tell me how to pronounce that! I'm assuming it's Keegs. It's a nickname or something. It's perfectly natural in my eye for you to be intrigued by our Daona here. I imagine their disappearance was more than a little vexing to the Master of Secrets. If you insist. Keegan's eyes linger on me for... either that or it was a typo, but I'm assuming nickname. Keegan's eyes linger on me for a moment before he turns back to the Queen and smiles. Well then, you know where to find me, so I shall take my leave. Well, she knows where to find you, I don't. Keegan bows politely to us both, but before he goes, he catches my hand and places a kiss on my fingers. Oh. What?
Slangafall, Daona.
One more time, what? Slangafall?
Slangafall.
Slangafall. Until we meet again. One more time?
Slangafall, Daona.
Okay. I love his voice. One more time.
Slangafall, Daona.
God damn it. Incorrigible, that one. With that, the Queen spins... Shut up, don't judge me. With that, the Queen spins around and claps her hands together. The court will adjourn for today in light of newfound developments. As you were, gentlemen. There are a few grumblings from within the court, but with the Queen's dismissal, most begin to filter out of the throne room, leaving me alone with her. I swallow. Now, shall we be off? The Queen looks at me expectantly. Oh god! Did I make it in time? That timer went so fast! God, I panicked! Did I make it? I bow my head in quiet acknowledgement, allowing the Queen to take the lead. Though, if I'm frank, it's just about all I can manage with all these butterflies whirling around my stomach. Besides, I haven't the faintest idea where she wants to go. Wonders when we're gonna come across someone who knows, right? I want to who's gonna know that I'm not Daona? Is it gonna actually be all of the people of the Unseelie Court? Is it gonna be one person in the Unseelie Court? Like, what's it gonna be? I haven't the faintest idea where she wants to go. Did Daona often take private walks with the Queen? No, that can't be right. They weren't that important to the court. Were they? Without another word, I think she's already catching on that I'm not me. Without another word, the Queen walks out of the throne room, and so I follow at a respectful distance behind. That's what you do with royal sorts, isn't it? This is just an elaborate game. I'd hate that so much. Just, right? If they were just doing it on purpose. I think she's suspecting.
My oh my. It seems our Dana has up and vanished yet again.
Whatever shall I do? Your Majesty? Abruptly, the Queen stops in the middle of the hallway. She either knows or she's just being dramatic.
Oh,
there you are. Thank goodness. Do keep up, darling. If I wanted to talk to the heir, I would hardly ask you to pit her along behind me as I do. Of course. With a slight blush on my cheeks, I sheepishly quicken my pace until I'm standing beside her. Apologies, Your Majesty. The Queen clicks her tongue. Gracious, enough of that. We're no longer in the public eye. Between us two, Effie? Oh, god damn it.
Aoife Elavon.
Aoife. God damn it. Aoife. I just can't fucking remember her name. Why? Aoife will do just fine. All right, Aoife. Much better. With that, Aoife leads me out of the palace. I have to learn her name. I'm gonna be saying it a lot. Into the gardens. Madam. I can't help but gasp. I've never seen such immaculate gardens. The flowers, the waterfalls, the pond. It's like something out of a picture book.
They are pretty, no? I can never quite get used to it either.
Really? Didn't you grow up here? I bite my tongue. In hindsight, the question was a bit impertinent. Sometimes I forget how new you are. No, I didn't grow up here. I took my first walk through these gardens on the day of my coronation. I raised an eyebrow at her, a bit perplexed. I won't claim to be privy to the ways of royalty, let alone fairy royalty, but why wouldn't a princess be raised in the capital? Then, it is lovely out though. Can you hear the birds chirping? Say, I understand if you're too tired, but would you care to walk with me a little while longer? There's no need to rush you to your abode. I paused for a moment, thinking it over. On one hand, the queen may very well just want to take a stroll with me, but on the other, I can't quite get a proper read on her. She's certainly opulent and a touch melodramatic, but there's something else there behind that aristocratic smile. Something unpredictable. Something I can't quite place. I don't know if I can trust it. And while I'm still play acting as Deona, it may be best to keep a low profile and avoid being alone with these people as much as possible. Then again, who am I to refuse the queen? She's given me a choice, but is it one really? What do you think? What do you think? What do you think, guys? What do you think, chat? Should we go straight home or should we walk with the queen? What does chat think? While I sup some water. Not me second guessing every move. I know! It's such a hard choice! The anxiety. I know, it's like, like, if we go with her, are we gonna learn more about her and Deona? Or is it gonna be like she's gonna call us out? Or is us going home gonna call us out? Like, what's the safe choice? I can't quick save! I'll take a walk with her. She's cute. Yeah, let's just do it. Just do it. Let's just do it. It's the demo. We'll know what to do in the full version if we do something wrong in the demo. I rub my chin for a moment, then sigh. Well, I suppose I wouldn't mind taking the long way round.
Darling!
Wonderful! With a smile, I've already forgotten how to say it.
Aoife Elavon.
Aoife. I'm pathetic. I can't read. With a smile, Aoife proceeds to pull me down a winding garden path lined by great big bushes of flowers and wispy willow trees. I know, I keep forgetting it's Aoife. I'm sorry. I can barely read English. You expect me to read fucking all these new words? A gentle wind stirs up all the smells into the air, and as we pass the pond, I feel a cool mist against my skin. I feel remiss only calling it beautiful, but I'm no poet. Beautiful will have to suffice. Though if I'm honest, I can't help but feel like there's something unnatural about it, too. You're in the Feywild, bitch! Oh, ad break started. Well, you know what? I'm gonna take this opportunity to go on a quick intermission during the ad break, so that way I can satiate Harley by taking her out POTTY. I will be back in a couple minutes, loves. Alright. Well, at least this time I caught the ad break notice, but... Here we go. Alright. Okay. All the flowers seem so fresh, as though they all just bloomed today and would stay that way forever. It's nothing like the flowers in Ireland. Such fragile, imperfect things, and so quickly gone. What are you thinking? I jump a little, jostled out of my thoughts by Aoife's question. As I go to meet her eye, I'm surprised by the way she's looking at me. It's almost sad, pitying maybe. Thinking? Your expression seems very solemn. Feeling homesick. I swallow, feeling a little color leave my cheeks. Deona. The druids are not the only ones familiar with... With what?
Driocht.
Driocht. Druidism or magic. Druids are not the only ones familiar with Driocht, you know. I squint, a little confused. I'm not sure I understand. It was not a particularly well-kept secret that you wished to leave us, Deona. And by your appearance, the change in your aura, you succeeded. Oh.
Inishfal.
You returned to Inishfal. I take it was not quite what you were expecting, was it?
Truthfully, I sympathize. You were not Tuatha Danann. This was not supposed to be your home. And sometimes longing for that which never was can be just as painful as longing for something lost.
But I digress.
Darling?
I trust now that you've undergone this pilgrimage, you are here to stay, yes? I'm not gonna outright lie to the Fae. I know I can't tell her the truth. Not now. Not this deep into my accidental deception. It would be too dangerous. The fair folk are an unpredictable sort, after all. But I can't bring myself to lie, either. I find myself avoiding her eye. Well, even so. I must admit, there is something on my mind. Something that I wanted to talk to you about, specifically.
There is trouble in the air, Dana. More trouble than I'd care to entertain.
Dana or Deona? Dana. I raise an eyebrow. How do you mean? This was before your time, but I imagine the druids familiarized you with the War of the Courts well enough. No. Explain it to me like I'm 4? It ended only 50 years ago. Half a lifetime to a human, I suppose, but not to us. Frankly, by the way some talk of it, the war never really ended. It only paused. In any case, I don't expect you've yet heard the news, have you? I find myself fidgeting anxiously, even though I have no possible idea what she's on about. They think that the changes are because we visited Ireland. I wonder if there's a time dilation thing. I don't know, maybe? Well, I mean, we'll find out in the full version. Harley, I promise I'll be back in the room once I'm done streaming, babies. I'd be a good girl. Guess not. Just as well. Aoife pauses for a long moment. Her gaze drifts out over the pond, pensively watching as a bevy of swans bathe themselves underneath the waterfall.
Lugad, the traitor, is dead.
Lugad?
Lugad.
The first king of the Unseelie. He is called the Traitor King by the Seelie court. Okay.
Ordinarily, this would be cause for celebration. He was a miserable tyrant well past his due. If the gods had any sense in them, his soul would be left to wither and rot.
But after the war ended, Lugad was left impotent and uninterested in furthering his ambitions. His son, however, is young and full of vigor. I see. So what does that mean? It is too soon to be certain. But it is widely believed that the man is as much of a hot-headed fanatic as his father was. My court already whispers of war. This land has already seen far too much violence. Aoife grows quiet again, then looks at me expectantly. My throat dries as I rack my brain for anything useful or even comforting to say to her. I mean, what was the war about? What do they want? I don't know. Well, what do the Unseelie want? Maybe there could be, peaceful solutions? Oh, saying that out loud. I'm never getting into politics.
What do the Unseelie want? Darling, they want what everyone else in this wretched world wants. Power.
I don't want power. I just want to go home. And power is not often peacefully begotten. Including yours? I bite my tongue as soon as the retort slips out, but Aoife only stares at me. A shiver rolls down my spine as her eyes seem to watch my face closely. I try not to sweat too hard.
Well, I suppose it's all a matter of perspective, isn't it? But if you're asking, impertinently so, about the relative state of my hands, you'll find them far cleaner than most.
I don't know.
Never forget that the Unseelie throne, such as it is, was won at the cost of blood-laden streets in every city, town, and village across Murias and Gorias. Any who dared to defy Lugad's brutish warlording was put to the sword.
Yikes. Execution. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I didn't mean... Aoife holds her hand up, silencing me. No, you're fine. I am no lover of psychophancy. Psychophancy. I can't fucking read. I can't read. I don't know why you guys watch me read visual novels. And do not wish to curtail your tongue. In fact,
in the coming days, I may need your assistance. For the sake of the realm.
You say that, but I don't have any talents. But do the rest of the Unseelie want the same thing as the royalty do? That's also a fair point. It depends on how loyal they are to their royalty, I guess. What? I mean, what? You sound so surprised. The Druids have always been invaluable consultants to the kings and queens of Tuatha Dé Danann, you know. Even in matters of war. But I'm just a human? Yes, well, I believe that's a good thing in this case. You have no stake in this fight. Your eyes are new. Your perspective clear. I need someone around me who isn't impeded by ulterior motives. I feel my heart thudding in my ears. I'm not sure what to say. Well, honesty is a becoming trait, and not one often shared among my court. If you can promise me your honest thoughts, I will expect no more of you. A twinge of guilt turns the inside of my stomach as I look over the queen, who seems a good deal more honest herself than she had been before, in the palace. It almost makes me wish I could stay and help, but I'm not Dana. I have no business being here, and my own duties and my own duties to care for. You have no stake in this. Besides the fact that either side could easily overpower us. Right. Still, I can't quite bring myself to disappoint her. I'll do my best, Miss Aoife. You are too cute. Just Aoife, darling. All these misses and ma'ams make me feel old. I'm only 299, you know. It takes a considerable amount of effort to not let my mouth fall open. Well, I think I've held your ear long enough for now. Yeah, long enough for now. Though I dare say this was rather enjoyable. We have to do it again, no? That would be nice, ma'am.
Oh, is that cheek I hear?
No.
Oh, I'll be sure to remember that. And I'll have you know, I can be quite mean when I want to be.
What are you gonna do, ma'am? I mean, Eva... mean? I'm not certain what she means by that, but I have a feeling that pressing the point would put me in a precarious spot, so I don't. Well, another time. For now, let's get you home. Oh, okay, yeah. The human. The human? Me? Me, the human? Me, human. With a tentative silence now between us, Queen Aoife guides me through the gardens to a gate in the palace walls. At a glance, it seems to lead back into the forests. Strange. I wonder why Dana's residence would be outside the palace grounds if they were in the employ of the queen. Do you have your key with you, darling? Oh. In a brief attempt to save face, I pat myself down as though I were searching for something I would usually have on me. No, sorry, I must have misplaced it. Oh dear, we shall have to remedy that. But no matter, I have one here. Aoife hums softly, after which she seemingly snatches a key from thin air. That is, unless I missed her digging around for a pocket in all those dress folds. Nevertheless, she unlocked the gate before I can think on it much further. Ooh. As suspected, the other side of the gate does indeed extend into the forest, but I'm surprised again by how far we end up walking. Whoever this Dana truly is, they certainly valued their privacy. Aw, look at the cute little cottage! I like it. Eventually, Aoife and I reach a glade where a small but homey sort of cottage sits hidden away from prying eyes. The windows are dark, and the garden off to the side looks overrun. It's been a while since anyone's been here, that is for certain, though, strangely, the rose bushes look a bit more well-kept than the rest of the flora. Well, except for the fact that they're currently being munched on. By a very, very stupid horse.
Oh.
Oh my, is that your horse, Dana? I don't think I've seen it before. Is it my horse? Are we gonna see Dana? Are we gonna see the real Dana? I don't answer because my jaw is falling completely slack. I can't believe what I'm seeing. But how? Why? Darby, what are you? Don't eat those! I see the damn fool of a horse's ears stiffly flip backwards, but otherwise she doesn't acknowledge me at all. I suppose that does answer my question. Flushing, I turn back to the queen, rigid and alert. Oh, yes. But we were separated. Interesting. Well, never mind. I suppose now this is where we part ways. I would invite myself inside, but I'm sure the place is overrun with dust, so I shall leave you to your housekeeping. Right? Do keep your ear to the ground, though. I imagine I will have need for you shortly. Right. Thank you, Queen Aoife. Hastily and very much distracted, I attempt something of a bow to the queen before sprinting off towards Darby, my mind swirling with questions. I'm sorry, what? Do try to keep out of trouble, Erin. Is that what the true name of the human is? And then... Oh. For a moment, I glanced back over my shoulder, certain I heard Aoife say something else, but she's already turning out of the glade by time I do. I shake my head and press on after Darby, who, despite my hollering, keeps chewing on those rose bushes without a care in the world. Bad horse, stop that! You're going to get stuck here if you eat those. The mare raises her head and stares at me mid-chomp. Darby, I'm warning you, She swallows. My head falls back as I let out an exasperated sigh. Great. Perfect. How do you feel if I just left you here then? Leave you to the fairies. Right? Darby's a sassy little horse. Darby's ears press down and she huffs at me. Oh wait, you're the one who decided to eat fairy food. Or, fairy flowers? Anyway, point is, the first thing people will tell you about the other world is that you never, ever eat the food. I clutch my stomach as it suddenly groans. Damn, how long has it been since I ate? Is my potato still in the bag? Is my potato still there? Can I eat that? It was night when I stumbled in here, and morning when I popped out of the lake, but it still feels like morning now. The sky hasn't changed at all. I sigh, shaking my head again. Doesn't matter how long it's been. I'm now well and truly hungry, but if I eat anything from this place, I'll be trapped here. I slap my forehead, the solution suddenly dawning on me. Is the potato? Is the potato?
On prata.
On prata! I hurry over to Darby, but I have a sinking feeling in my gut. Did Dana eat my potato? Please let it be there. Please let it still be there. My face falls as I search both sides of her, but it's no use. The saddlebag's gone. My potato! Damn it! I suppose I shouldn't be all that surprised. It's already a small miracle that I managed to find my horse again, but... Oh, my potato! Why did you have to take my potato? What did my tater ever do to you? That's my food! With all that's gone on, I'd almost forgotten what led me here to begin with. Anything of value my family had in the world was in that saddlebag. Even if I get Darby and I out of here now, how am I going to be able to face my family? I fold my arms in close, suddenly feeling very, very helpless. Drawn out of my thoughts, I look over at Darby, who I thought just made a sound, but she's still just eating flowers, not paying me any mind at all. Da? What? I feel a slight chill run through me as another strange sound comes out of nowhere. Hurriedly, I turn around and come face to face with another horse. The purple-maned beast is far larger than any horse I've ever seen, and it stares at me with such intensity that I reflexively take a step back. Stranger still, though. Da. Oh. Na? Oh, Daona. Dana. It can talk? A bead of sweat rolls down my forehead as I freeze, holding the creature's eye. Hello? Its gaze lingers on me a while longer. Abruptly, the horse reels back and whinnies. Bewildered, I stand and watch as it turns and gallops off into the Sealy woods with... Does it have my saddlebag? With my saddlebag on its back? No! My potato! Hey! Get back here with that! I move without thinking, not willing to let this chance slip through my fingers. I have no idea why this other horse would have my saddlebag, but I can think about it later. I bolt over to Darby and swing onto her saddle. Surprised, she immediately tries to throw me off my balance, but I hold firm with my knees and pull in her reins. Oh, not this time you don't. She acquiesces to my control and kicks off into a gallop at my command, tearing off into the woods behind the, horse, or thief? Of course, the other horse is a good deal faster than Darby and I, so I can only just see the tail end of it through all the woods. Still, I figure the damn thing has to come to a stop, eventually, and when it does... Wait, where'd it go? I reel in the reins, forcing Darby to come to a rather abrupt halt, of which she's none too pleased about. I ignore her grumpy whines of protest, though, as we have a more pressing concern now. Is that a net? Namely, not only is the horse we were chasing just up and vanished, but it's left some kind of white, shapeless void behind it. Okay, it's not a net, it is a portal. It's the portal. Ooh. I stare, utterly perplexed, as the void ebbs and flows, looking down at the ground. I also notice a set of hooves leading into it. Initially, I hesitate. I have no idea what that thing is, or what the other horse would have, or why the other horse would have run through it, assuming that it intended to do that to begin with. Before I can really weigh my options, though, I see it beginning to fade. Now left with a split-second decision, one that could cost me that saddlebag forever, oh, for Pete's sake. I spur Darby into the void. Oh god, that's bright. Yes, thank you, saved my progress. Chapter 6, Call of the Crows. Ooh, are we gonna meet the Unseelie now? I feel a tugging in my navel, like some force is violently dragging me forward, and a crisp wind hits my face. Whoa, now! Tugging in the reins, I call for Darby to stop so I can reorient myself. What in the hell? This is the realm of the Unseelie. This is which one was it? The one that's always autumn. Winks of golden light illuminate through the canopy of the otherwise dark and foreboding forest, now absent of any features of spring or the druidic realm. That's true too. We'll see. Nothing green remains. All the trees are painted in the cool autumn hues, and the leaves fall with such frequency that I'm surprised any above remain. Impossibly large mushrooms replace the vibrant flowers and overgrowth of the Seelie forest, and the eerie silence is only occasionally interrupted by a gust of wind. I shiver in the saddle as chilly air and a steady drizzle of rain quickly permeates through my clothes. Where am I? I look behind me for any signs of the void, the cottage, or the bright morning sunlight I left behind. But all I find is more of this damp air and darkness. I scan the forest floor for any tracks that might guide me, but the horse I was chasing seems to have simply vanished into thin air. Where could it have gone? I search the canopy, but only find a few crows watching me from above. My mind swirls with confusion as I clench Darby's reins and turn her around in hopeless circles, as though that would somehow take me back to where I was. Oh, what was I thinking? I'm even more lost than I was before. I groan and throw my hands up in frustration, causing Darby to huff nervously and shift underneath me. Oh, sorry, Darby. I stroke her neck until she relaxes again. At least this time I'm not lost and alone. But what should I do? Just pick a direction and hope for the best? I have no idea where I am, much less how far I am from that lake now. Not to mention, given the sudden shift in the seasons, I can't help but fear the worst. That somehow, after running through that void, more time has passed than I can afford. Wait a second. The map from Shay's outpost. I rack my brain for as many details as I can remember. That city, Tever. Was in Falius, right?
Folius.
Right? Right. I pause, a realization coming to me. I remember that the map called Falius the provenance of spring. At first, I thought it was a figure of speech, but maybe it wasn't. Could each provenance be stuck in a season? That would explain all these changes. I keep going down this line of thinking. Since this place is autumn, it must be Murias, I think? Can't say for sure, but knowing I haven't somehow jumped forward in time makes me feel a little better about all this. If only I had a map with me, then maybe I could find my way to the border. It seems I don't have a choice here. If I don't get going somewhere or another, then I'm just going to sit here and shiver. Resigning myself to aimless wandering, Darby and I set off in search of any signs of civilization. As we approach a dirt road deeper into the forest, more crows begin to fly in and perch in the canopy. The more, the merrier, I suppose. But in the silence of the forest, the growing audience in the canopy is a little creepy. It really does feel like I'm being watched, and the increasing darkness of my surroundings doesn't help much either. An unsettling cacophony of crowing. Okay. Actually, maybe it's very creepy. I urged Darby into a canter and we hurry down the path, hoping to escape the uncanny atmosphere. Suppose she's coming for us still? Shut up, would ya? If she is, she'll be following the sound of your yellow bellion. I gently pull back on Darby's reins as I hear a group of voices up ahead up ahead of me. Oh God, stop. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you. Hold on. Okay. Thank you for the water. For a moment, I breathe a sigh of relief. That didn't take long at all. Maybe my luck is finally turning around. No. Pshaw, let her come then. I'll give her a right proper wallop. You'll give her a... Are you mad? She's the bleeding more... For the love of... Angus?
Angus.
Angus, the god of youth, love, and poetry. For the love of Angus, stop your jawing and help me move this cart. And you, if you don't stop drinking all our wares, your piss-soaked trousers are going in a ditch. So unless you fancy walking back to Gorius?
Gorius.
Provenance of winter. Yeah, okay, we read that before. Unless you fancy walking back to Gorius, bare-assed in the snow. Bah, piss off, Fafad. What? Fafad? Alright, that's enough of that for you. Oi, don't go snatching a man's whiskey before he's finished. I said I wasn't gonna fucking do accents and I keep falling into them. Well, there's definitely something off about the trio. One of them is unquestionably drunk, and the others seem to be restless and on edge. It may not be a good idea to approach them after all. Still, I don't know when I'll be crossing another person's path. These forests are dense and intimidating and filled with who knows what. Do I really want to risk what might be my one chance at finding my way out of here? I clench my jaw. I don't want to turn back if I don't have to, so I resolve to inch myself a little bit forward and just keep listening in on their conversation for now. If they seem like trouble, then I'll just turn heel and be on my way. At least they don't seem to be going anywhere fast from what I can. They don't seem to be going anywhere fast from what I can tell squinting through the trees. Bollocks. How's anyone supposed to move about these god's-forsaken woods when it's always raining and making a mess of the roads? Ha! Missing home. Gods no. Do I look like I enjoy freezing my tits off? What tits? You know, one of these days I'm gonna cut that tongue from your gobshite mouth. Easy up. If we're caught like this, we're all getting worse. If I thought you were going to be such a lily-livered little coward about all this. Good sense ain't cowardice. I didn't think we were gonna snatch this from the main supply lines and right under the nose of... Where else you eat it? Further north you go, the less anything grows. All I'm saying is, we were doing just fine. Ha! You can hold up, You call holding up poor bastards on the roadside fine. It wasn't much, but we made do. We should just grab what we can and get a move on. This is a right wash and you know it. Don't be stupid. You know how much grain is in there? We be living fat and happy like old King
Henry.
Okay. Like King Henry for a year. Easy. Not if we don't make it back. Then move your hide and push. This bloody cart ain't going nowhere without more hands. Yeah, they're gonna try and steal my horse. I know, you know, you're right. Oi, where'd that drunken langer toddle off to? Oh, hi bird. The suddenness of yet another crow up above nearly startles me out of my skin. I huff, glaring at the little menace as it swoops down. And forces me to lock eyes with the drunkard, peering at me through the foliage. Whoops! Caught off guard, I momentarily hesitate, and that unfortunately gives the drunkard enough time to lunge at me, even as I kick Darby into motion. Oh, my horse! With one swift motion, the hefty brute grabs a fistful of my clothes and yanks me off Darby's saddle. I land with a thud to the muddy forest floor, watching helplessly as Darby spurs on down the path. What? Oh, wait, no, go back.
Spira.
Spira. Not so fast, Spira. The drunkard whistles to the other bandits before dragging me to my feet and shoving me forward. I struggle against his grip, hoping to at least throw him off balance, but it's useless. He's short and stout, but as sturdy as a brick house, even sloshed. Up ahead, I finally see the scene that had been mostly hidden from me up till now. The bandits have been struggling to dislodge a horse-drawn cart from a muddy rut. It's so well stuck that the cart looks close to tipping over. I can't see past the sheet covering the cart's contents, but if it's all grain, then there's no way their poor horse will be able to pull all that for long, at least not by itself. As the drunkard and I meander into view, the two other bandits block Darby's path and calm her down enough to grab hold of her reins. My horse! My stomach sinks. This is not good. Not good at all. How about that, huh? That old Bagdanu's smiling on us after all. Fate's brought us a horse, and a fancy bastard to boot. Very fancy. Who are you supposed to be, anyhow? And what's with the ears? I fail to find proper answer to any of these questions, as I feel my mouth go dry. My eyes dart between the bandits, or more pertinently, the weapons at their sides. Eventually, I manage to sputter out a pitiful little plea. Please, I don't have anything of value. No, don't look like it to me. The drunkard claps me on the back, sending me stumbling right into the middle of the three bandits. I'm surrounded. It's true, though. Check me. Check my horse. I was already robbed of everything. The bandit woman snorts and says, as I say this, giving me a disdainful once-over. You know, lads, I don't doubt it. The other bandits guffaw and a look of understanding seems to cross all their faces. I swallow hard. How am I gonna get out of this? Look, I don't want any trouble with you folks. Honest, I was just passing through. Shut it. The bandit woman stalks towards me, her hand reaching towards her waist. I'll be square with you. We're in a bit of a rush here, so I don't much care to deal with you any longer than I need to. So here's how this works. We're taking the horse. You're outnumbered, defenseless, and by the looks of it, have never been in a real scrap in your life. So unless you'd like me to paint the roadside with your entrails, you best move along now. But my horse! I can't let them take Darby. I'm not losing the old girl again. Protest! You can't have my horse. No, that's not on the table. I think we can, actually. You can't have my horse. We'll help you folks dislodge your cart, but Darby's not going with you. I need her. Besides, she's a stubborn piece of work, so you'll not be wanting her anyway. The bandit woman leers at me impatiently. You're funny. With a flat smile, she unsheaths a huge and unseemly dagger. Entrails it is then. Oh. I find myself completely frozen. Is this it? Is this how I meet my end? I suck in a breath through my teeth, awaiting the inevitable with my eyes squinted shut. Who saved me? Who did it? Yes! Ah, queen! My eyes flash open again. Out of nowhere, a mysterious woman stands between me and my assailer. Her bronze sword glints in the evening light as she raises it to parry the bandit woman's dagger, before kicking her square in the chest and knocking her to the ground breathless. Oh my gosh. Yes! Without sparing me a glance, the warrior woman lunges towards the other bandits. The nervous man fumbles as he retrieves his sword, and the drunkard is unable to keep up with the warrior's unending onslaught through his inebriation. All I can do is watch my savior with awe as she dodges one man's sloppy swing before swiftly taking him down and then blocking the other's sword just as it comes at her. She effortlessly defends against both men, though I suppose one being drunk doesn't hurt. A movement in my periphery catches my attention in time to see the bandit woman has crawled back to her feet, her dagger once again in hand. The warrior is engaged with the second man still, and will never see her in time. Oh, shout! Behind you! I don't have a weapon, so I call out to the... Plus, I was running out of time. I call out to the woman fighting the bandits, but I'm not sure if she can hear me over the fight. The bandit woman pauses mid-step when I do, and suddenly remembers that I'm here. She rushes over to me, dagger held at the ready, but before I can even think to run... Surprise! Huh? What the... Ow! Shite! Get away, you stupid birds! My jaw drops as all the crows in the canopy dive-bomb the bandit woman from above. She drops the knife, almost instantly, in an effort to swat the birds away. But she just ends up tripping over herself as she flails, panicked. It's a little disturbing, if I'm honest. She bundles up into a ball, hiding her face from the crow's beaks and talons, but they still tear through her back. Once the birds see fit to fly away, I can't help but creep towards her cautiously, despite the fact that she nearly killed me moments before. Is she... Did I... She's a little worse for wear, but alive. The woman is sheathing her sword as she approaches me. The other two bandits are both lying unconscious behind her.
Thank you for giving me a heads up just then.
Aw, yay! Ah! Them too. Are you okay? They didn't injure you. I'm sorry I didn't get here faster. Thank you. I'm fine, mostly just a little shaken up. I've never been in a real fight before. Then I apologize for dragging you into one.
By the way, I'm Maitre Jor, commander of the Unseelie Sentinels. I've been trailing these bandits for a while now, after they stole some supplies being sent out of province.
Maeve! Oh, I love Maeve! Let's see. The given name means she who rules. The epithet means hour of the flight. Or the hour of the fight. I can fucking read! Leave me alone! I can't read, I lied. Maeve... What was it?
Maeve Trujor.
Trujor. Maeve Trujor. Cool. She gestures over to the covered cart. Pleasure, Maeve. I'm the Sealy Court Druid. Oh. Mouth agape, I stare at her for a moment. Some small part of me had hoped that I might be able to escape this continuous identity crisis, but no such luck. What's this?
Milesian.
Milesian. The Milesian defeated the Tuatha for the conquest of goddamn.
Inishfal.
Inishfal. Okay. They are believed to be the ancestors of the Gales. Milesian, you're pretty conspicuous if you know what to look for. Not to mention, the outfit gives you away. Not every day a member of the Sealy Court gets caught crossing this side of the border. Gets caught? I don't much like the sound of that. So, Druid, want to tell me what you're doing here? I was chasing a horse, and there was a portal, and I went through the portal because the horse had my things, and now I'm here. I shuffle a bit nervously, wondering if my answer could land me in trouble. Still, I don't really know enough about what's going on to lie. It's a very long story. For one, I'm not clear where here is. Maeve observes me for a moment, like she's trying to figure out if I'm being honest or not. Wordlessly, she turns to inspect the cart's contents. You're in the forest just outside...
Cashlan Nanini.
Cashlan
Nanini.
Nanini. Nanini?
Cashlan Nanini.
Cashlan Nanini. Castle of the People. It's a stronghold in Murius and the present capital of the Unseelie Court. Ooh, okay. So you can understand why I can't just let you leave. Our enemy's court druid showing up here just shy of the capital is a fairly substantial criminal offense. Trespassing and all that. Criminal? Oh, for However, since you helped me out here, you can ride alongside me with your horse, rather than in the back with this lot. Gesturing over to the groaning bandits, she gives me a genial nudge before procuring some rope from somewhere. Once I load them onto the cart, we're heading straight to the king. On the way, you can give me the highlights of what you're up to. Sure. I'll help her. I don't have a reason not to. I don't want to be on her bad side. I have to say, so far, Maeve has been nicer and more straightforward with me than anyone, despite the fact that I've apparently broken the law just by being here. Maybe if I stay on her good side, she'll be convinced I'm not here to cause trouble. If we are going to see the king, I need all the help I can get. As Maeve picks up one of the bandits, I lift the other and we heave them onto the cart before binding them together with the rope. By the time we're done, the fabric against my back is damp and my shoulders are burning. Maeve, however, seems completely unbothered. I have to admit, you surprised me yet again, Druid. So far, you're nothing like what I expected. It's refreshing. I feel a little bashful from the praise. I faintly wonder if buttering me up is some kind of compliance tactic, but if it is, it's working. Oh, well, thanks. I'll go get Darby hooked up to the cart. Maeve grins, nodding at me as I go. God, she's pretty. I know! She's pretty! She's so pretty! Thank you, game, for saying what I'm thinking. Before we get going, Maeve gestures for me to follow her to the driver's seat. I nervously follow, but to my surprise, she removes a cloak from the cart and gently wraps it around me before tying it together. Sealy clothes aren't exactly made to withstand our climates. Put the hood up as well, to hide your ears. My body relaxes into the warmth of the cloak, as though it was just now remembering how cold it was before. I guess my adrenaline rush there helped too. It takes a few minutes for Maeve and I to I gotta get a snack before heading to bed. Oh, no problem. I really should finish soon, but I'm kind of tempted to see if I can finish this all in one night, so we'll see. But thank you for hanging out, Bee. Thank you very much. You have a great night, and I hope it's a good snacky and a good sleep. Take care. Thank you for coming by. It takes a few minutes for Maeve and I to unwedge the cart from the rut, but with 2 horses at the front and us pushing at the rear, we get it done. Though, if I'm being honest, Maeve did most of the heavy lifting. Finally, we set out on the road, side by side, in front of the cart. Well, all we have now is time, so let's hear it. Oh, right. Well, very cautiously, I explain and try to keep the details as sparse as possible, just in case. I was just at my cottage when I saw something take off into the woods with my saddlebag. I had some important things in there, so I gave chase on Darby here, but then I fell into this, I don't know what to call it, a void, I guess? A great big white light. Anyway, I fumbled in, and it spat me out here. Don't know how. I've never seen anything like it. I was looking for directions when I ran into the bandits, and then you. Despite my clumsy description, Maeve seems to be following the narrative better than me. Once I finish, I wait for her verdict. Did you see what the thief looked like? A horse that could talk? Oh, I wonder if it's one of the unseelie that can shapeshift. I hesitate. This may be Tir na Nog, but I don't exactly know how common literal horse thieves are, or whatever that thing was. It had purplish hair? Well, it was better than nothing. Unbelievable. Damn it. Of all the times, I'm going to make sure he doesn't get away with it. What? Pardon? Sorry, I just have a reoccurring pain in the arse to address. The good news for you is I know who has your stuff. In fact, I think you do too. What? I do? I sit up a little straighter. I do? Maeve heaves a long sigh and then looks at me warily. Well, we'll soon find out. It's only a suspicion for now. My stomach turns as I think about the possibility of interacting with yet another acquaintance of Dana's, but I feel a minor sense of relief as well. It's not much, but at least it's a lead. I don't have to fight a dragon for it or anything, do I? Why would you have to do something like that? Sorry, it's been a weird day. Or possibly longer. I can't really tell. So, who is it and where can I find them? We're already heading there, don't you worry. We still have a little ways to go though, so make yourself comfortable. I nod, settling back into my seat. Alright. Quietly riding towards yet another menacing capital city is going to kill me. Maeve's been friendly enough with me so far, so I might as well make conversation. Once I can think of a topic anyway. What's with the birds? My eyes drift to the air as the forest begins thinning out a little, and patches of sky become clearer. Squinting, I notice a few crows flying overhead. Seriously? Still? I look back to Maeve, the only commonality for this occurrence. So, what's with the birds? Maeve responds with a short laugh.
Not a fan of my entourage, silly.
No, just confused is all. But no, I love being stalked by a murder of crows. It's not unsettling in the slightest. I love crows, though. Oh, good. I was worried for a moment there. They followed me around ever since I was a child. Really? Why? You're not having me on, are you? You really don't know? No, ma'am. I can assure you that I'm clueless in all things. Ha. Well, never you mind then. They're just my little helpers, that's all. I raise an eyebrow, not quite believing that that's the end of it, but I don't press her. It's none of my business, after all. Ooh. Ooh, I like their castle. Cute. As Maeve and I approach the end of the autumn forest, we come to a cliffside with an imposing castle on its precipice and a storming lake to its back. Here we are. That's the capital? It's no... God, I can't fucking remember how to say this one. Tever. It's no Tever, but yes, the stronghold itself is home to about 200 people, with more folk in the surrounding villages. It's not the biggest castle the Unseelie took, but it was the last and hardest fought. King Legade felt it was necessary to make this place the last city before spring, our capital. He was the sort of person to take symbolic gestures very seriously. Anyway, let's keep going. He pulled so hard. Pull! Get that bucket out of the well. Get your water. The castle town is much different than Tever. The city feels slower, a bit emptier. I don't know what I expected, but it wasn't this. I guess I figured the king would be as ostentatious as Effie. Aoife. Fucking, I said it wrong again. Aoife. The buildings haven't been maintained very well either. Some of the shopkeepers are patching up walls rather than attending to their empty counters. In some senses, it reminds me more of home, but that's surprising in its own way. I must be wearing quite the expression because Maeve starts explaining.
It doesn't look like much now, but it's a sight better than it was when we first started rebuilding. The war took a great toll on Morius. Gorius too, of course. But the fighting and the destruction was always more intense in these parts.
Because it's like right on the border between the Sealies, trade embargo, keeping the gangs under control, and the restructuring how everyone gets fed. Well, we just haven't had the time or resources to mend every roof. The king hasn't been on the throne long either, but he has good plans in mind. We don't have much, but we're doing what we can, and it helps to know we're in this together. With time and cooperation, we might even be able to make this place better than before. There's a twinkle in her eye, and she casually looks over at me as she suggests it. Does she mean me, or, well, Dana? Is that why she's being so genial? Am I being recruited? I find myself fidgeting with the cloak Maeve gave me. Is a druid that influential? I can't help but to think back to what Aoife told me. Druids have always been invaluable consultants to the kings and queens of... God, I've already forgotten how to fucking say it.
Tuatha Danann.
Tuatha Danann. But shouldn't that mean the king has a druid in his court too? If I ask, would that be considered rude? I'm not gonna ask. I don't want to make things more complicated. I don't want to seem rude again. If what Aoife says is true, just being here is complicated enough. Well, one life-threatening disaster at a time. As we continue through the city, I notice that most of the townspeople who spot Maeve come up to greet us. Oh, Maeve, why don't you come by sometime for a cup? Thank you, I'll come by sometime. Maeve, thanks for getting my lyre back. Next song is dedicated to you. If that's true, Cillian, it better not be another one about tavern girls. Aye, Maeve, I've got something set aside for you now. Maeve pauses at the vendor's call. What do you say? Want to take a little detour with me? Sure. I'm in no rush for another royal confrontation, not to mention Maeve isn't the worst company I've had so far. Excellent. We lead the cart over to the vendor who called out to us, and he pulls out a small brown bottle that's been sealed with red wax. Not too much trouble getting it. She handles the bottle gently, tucking it into her saddlebag with care, before fishing out a few odd-looking coins. If they can even be called coins, they look more like rings. These days, what isn't too much trouble, but for you, it was nothing. You're too kind. As we turn to leave, the man catches Maeve's attention once more. By the way, I meant to tell you, the old bandit gang, the Nuafiana, is back around causing trouble. Thought you'd want to take care of it before the king does. I'll see what I can do. We head back toward the castle, but the atmosphere has changed. Maeve seems distracted by what the vendor said. Maeve? Sorry, I got lost in thought. About the group the vendor mentioned, who are they? It's a bit complicated. Some folks will tell you they're just another group of bandits. But... well, they don't see themselves that way, and I don't think it's completely fair to say they're just another gang, but maybe that's my bias talking. I used to be one of them before I ended up where I am now. What, really?
It was a long time ago. They gave me a home when I had nowhere else to go and saw themselves as vigilantes, bringers of justice.
I mean, fair.
They're not all bad, but not all good either. I left because I realized we weren't fixing anything. Not really.
Okay. I want to help them help themselves, I suppose. I don't know if I'll be able to reach them, but I want to try. But enough about me. I have supplies and a very companionable druid to deliver. Come on now. We should head to the stables and then into the keep. After that, stick by and let me do most of the talking. Not a problem. If I've learned anything so far, it's to try and avoid attention. Maeve takes me over to the stables, where she assures me that Darby will be well taken care of. Trust me, these horses eat better than we do. While I get Darby's stall set up, Maeve takes the cart and bandits to a small group of guards where she starts giving them instructions. I'm filling the water trough when she returns.
Hey, I just want you to know I think you're telling the truth. I hope that makes you feel a little better about all this.
Maeve, I love you! It does, but my stomach is too queasy to answer with more than a nod and a weak smile. Once we reach the enormous wooden doors of the keep, Maeve gives me one last comforting smile and places a hand gently on my shoulder. You'll be fine. Probably. Oh, save my progress. The Horned Devil. Ooh. I'm curious. The Horned Devil? Exciting. As Maeve heaves open the heavy wooden doors, a wave of heat falls over me. The warmth eases the bitter autumn wind from my weary bones, but just as soon as I begin to feel myself relaxing, something else strikes my senses. The rich, all-encompassing smell of a freshly cooked feast. Oh no. I blink, taking in the strange scene before me. What kind of throne room is this? It's nothing like the Seelys. In fact, if not for the literal throne at the far back, I wouldn't have realized this was a throne room at all. If anything, it's more of a public dining hall. The majority of the room is consumed by massive wood tables covered end to end with all sorts of food and drink. I feel my mouth water enviously as I watch the crowd of common folk mingle and treat themselves to the fresh loaves of bread, steaming hot meats, fruits and vegetables, cakes and cheese, mead and whiskey. My stomach twists painfully, audibly. Go ahead. Huh?
You're hungry. Eat something. We'll be waiting a while still.
But I can't. Oh, ad break. Alright. We're gonna take a quick break while the ad break goes. I'll be right back. much like our dad, Dana, I'm fucking hungry as shit, so I had a little bit to eat during the break.
Stole them. I stole them during the chat.
Yay, little bee. Yay, little bee. As I briefly morph into my mimic. Because the face tracking triggered on you again.
I like to do this. It's me.
Help! I can't control my own body! Okay. Alright, right. She said we're gonna be waiting a while still. And I'm very hungry, so I had something to eat, but I can't say Dana should, though. Oh, what's this? The Dagda?
Dagda.
Dagda. The All-Father God of the... I already fucked up.
Tuhade Danon.
Tuhade. So, the All-Father of the Tuhade, associated with fertility, masculinity, and druidity. He is lover to the Morrigan?
The Morrigan.
Morrigan, the goddess of chaos and war, taking many names and forms. Have you seen her crows, by chance? Oh! Crows! Crows? Crows!
The Morrigan is fun as just a general religious note because she can be mommy, but she can also be grandma, as in literally a grandma at the river washing her clothes, and then she curses you.
Yeah, well, but they say, have you seen her crows by chance? And she has a murder of crows following her everywhere.
That's very cute.
Ah, exciting. The dog feeds feast feeds all. No, that's all right. I'm fine. Of course, that was just about the biggest, fattest lie I've ever spoken in all my life, but I just couldn't. Even now, I had to hold out hope. No, suit yourself. With that, Maeve steers us away from the tables and off to the side, right around the center of the room. The silence is awkward, so I break it. Ask about the feast. So, why is it called the Dugda's Feast? You know about the 4 treasures, don't you? Remind me?
I see.
I understand. I tuned out a lot of the Druids' historical lessons as well. I raised my eyebrow. Maeve was taught by the Druids. Interesting. A long time ago, this place, Tirnanog, was a series of islands named Phalius, Gorius, Phineas, and Murius, which now make up our provinces. As far as we know, all the islands sort of melded together after our ancestors left for... I'm gonna click it again because I don't fucking remember.
Inishfal.
Inishfal. After our ancestors left for Inishfal. Anyway, before they left, 4 treasures were taken from each island. The first treasure was... the
Liafal.
Liafal. The Stone of Destiny. In the old world, it heralded the coming of a new High King with a mighty cry. So the first treasure was the Liafal. It used to cry out for the next High King if a line of succession ever ended in the old world. But the stone was broken by... Cuchulainn! Am I saying that right?
Cuchulainn.
Cuchulainn. I know Cuchulainn. He's... well, I know of the name. Because he's in the Shin Megami Tensei games. So, like, they have, like, a little summary about where their origin is from. A legendary warrior known as Khalin's Hound. He was known for being able to enter into a battle frenzy that did not distinguish between friend or foe. Broken by Cuchulainn thousands of years ago. Efforts were made by the Druids to recover the pieces, of course, but it's never... well, never mind. The next treasures were...
Cleave Sullus.
Cleave Sullus, Sword of Light, an irresistible torch for the darkest of nights. No one can escape its glow.
Gay Ossel.
Gay Ossel, Spear of Asul. It's said to be impossible to overcome. And the legendary weapons of Nuada, the god of wisdom and the first High King, and then Lu, a warrior god associated with justice, truth, and rightful kingship. He is one of the High Kings and is known by the epithets Lamfada, meaning long arm. And fucking bro, skilled in many arts. Okay, cool. I can't read. I can't read. For a long time, those treasures were thought to be lost, but when Finn and Lugad rose up in defiance of King Henri. Keep checking. I'm sorry, I can't read. I have to check the pronunciation. The rebels were gifted both sword and spear as godly blessing for the unseelie cause. As for the final treasure, you're standing in it. I look around perplexedly for a moment. What do you mean? This room. Oh, the room itself? What is it?
Kura Ansik.
Kura Unsik. Cauldron of Plenty. It is said that no man shall walk away in the from the cauldron in want. Oh! Okay, so Kura Unsik, or what's left of it. The Dogdu is said to have ascended to Magmel? Ascended to
Magmel.
Delightful plain where the Tuatha hope to one day dwell. After his time in I can't remember how to say it, Inishfal. After his time is Inishfal, so I imagine our surprise when we find his cauldron overturned here, abandoned in the countryside. Most believe it was left as a gift, or maybe he just dropped it. Either way, it is. This stronghold was built around it, and now this room holds host to an eternal feast. No matter how much you eat, it will always be replenished, so the throne room is kept open for everyone. Food can be hard to come by, especially the farther north you go. There used to be some trade with Valius, for that reason, but after the war, well, the king's of a mind that if you've come all this way, you best be able to leave with your belly full. Are you sure you won't eat? No, Oh ho ho, Mori. Are you giving my friend over there a hard time? Is it who I think it is? It looks like the troublesome one. Abruptly cut off, Maeve and I both look up in the direction of the dais, where someone distinctly non-kingly sits on the throne. Robin, get down from there. Eee, there it is, the purple hair. You were the horse. But this Robin person ignores Maeve entirely, choosing instead to set her gaze squarely on me.
Dayon! Did you go breaking the court's treaty of mutual surrender just to see little old me? You shouldn't have. Really? You shouldn't have.
You're the one who stole my shit and ran off. Oh, hey, catch! Robin practically jolts out of the throne, reeling back their arm and giving it a good swing forward. Before I quite realize it, a vaguely brownish-looking blob is hurtling its way across the room, right towards my face. All I can do is flinch and fling my arms up over my head, but the collision never comes. When I dare to open my eyes again, I see Maeve glowering furiously at Robin, her hand outstretched in front of me, and clenching onto my saddlebag. This is yours, is it? Gawking, I reach out and grab it from her. Sure enough, as I tear through the contents of the bag, all of my things are still in it. I stand there, baffled. How did I what? I startle as Robin is suddenly standing right in front of me, grinning from ear to ear. Hastily swinging the bag out of out of Claw's reach, I stand up straight and jab my finger into their chest. How did you end up with my saddlebag? Was that your horse? No, Dana. Obviously they can shift. They have the same coloring. How do you not? You could say that. I feel my face heating up the more I look at that smug, devil-may-care face. Why did you steal my saddlebag?
Steal? Me? Why, I never.
I was holding on to it for you, Dee. You just left it lying around. It was on my horse. I know. It's enough to make a poor kid jealous.
Robin, stop this. You're not a child.
Sure I am. Look at me. A true kid at heart.
So I am to assume that the druid's account is true. They followed you through a ley line after you made off with their things for some inexplicable reason. It seems plausible. Right. Well, that's one problem sorted at least. Now we know for certain that it was an accident. That should help when I explain this mess to the king.
Oh, you don't really have to drag him into all this, do you?
I think we do have to, actually. With all that's happened recently, he might not take too kindly to... Of course I have to tell him. This is a matter of security. But I could just pop them back right over and no one's the wiser. Except me, you, the druid, anyone they may tell. Psh, you can keep a secret, can't you, Dee?
Robin!
Maeve!
Maeve! This is serious. Accident or not, you've forced us into a sensitive diplomatic situation.
Oh!
Oh, I got it. Big man said he wanted eyes on the inside, didn't he? Well, here you go. Eyes on the inside. Trustworthiness certified. We can just tell him that and ignore the other bits. What? No, I'm not going to lie to the king. It's not a lie. It's just a little bit of bullshit. And we all do a little bit of bullshitting from time to time, don't we, Maeve? After all, this isn't exactly the first time, hold your tongue. Smiling, Robin proceeds to stick out her tongue and hold it, physically. You stay here with the druid. I'm going to find the king and request a private audience with all three of us, and we're going to be forthright with him. But, in the meanwhile, keep a low profile for once, would you? As Maeve begins to walk away, Robin swerves around and grabs me by the shoulders.
Could you help me out here, would you?
Okay, what? How? I don't really have a good feeling about this, but I'm not overly keen on being subjected to the whims of yet another monarch. If this is the only way, then... Okay? Great! I know I can count on you, buddy! Now, eat this. Robin lets go of my shoulders, only to immediately grab my hand, turn it over, palm side up, and drop an overripe blackberry into it. Gross. Where was she even keeping that? In any case, I shake my head. No, I don't think I will. Of course you will! You agreed! I didn't think you meant eaten rotten fruit. How is this supposed to help you with Maeve and the king anyway? Sorry, but I am not. As I speak, I try to toss the berry off to the side, but my hand won't budge, and Robin's no longer touching it. What did you do?
I asked you to help me. I didn't say how or what with, did I?
Go on now. Bottoms up. As soon as Robin says that, I feel my fingers close over the berry. Wait, no! Don't! I can't! Of course you can! You agreed? There's nothing I can do. My arm, my hand, my fingers, they all move on their own until the berry is past my lips and down my throat. I gag almost immediately, but no matter how I cough, it won't come back up. Damn it. God damn it. I had my bag back and everything. Now See, not so bad, was it? I glare daggers at Robin, clenching my hand into a fist. You bastard. I take a step towards Robin, half ready to clobber him, only to immediately falter. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What's happening? A haze suddenly clouds over my vision, blurring the room around me into incomprehensible massive shapes and colors. What's happening? Oh, spoke too soon. Hang on a minute. Mori! Oh, Mori! We have a little problem. I collapse onto the floor, quickly losing my ability to keep track of what's going on around me. My vision blurs further, then blackens altogether, just as Maeve comes running back with Robin. Oh, no. What did you do? Me? Do? Why, I never. Anyway, can you do me a solid and fetch me a few things, quickly? Because if not, they might not... Oh, did you poison me? The king's proposal. God. Maeve, help me. What did Robin do? Oh, what the fuck? My eyes flutter open as I slowly regain consciousness, finally feeling the dense fog pass from my head. What? Where? My movements and thoughts are sluggish as and slow as I look around. It takes me a moment, but eventually I realize I'm not in the lively throne room anymore. It's dark here. Dank. Oh, hey, you're finally awake. And filled with rubbish. You. I try to heave myself up as I spot Robin peer around, quite literally, a pile of rubbish, but the act gives me vertigo and sends me toppling back onto... Huh? Some kind of nest? Oop, easy now. I mean, you're fine. You'll just be a bit dizzy for an hour or two. I glare at Robin unblinkingly as I slowly regain my footing. Why did you do that? Why'd I what? Scowling, I pushed aside my fatigue and reservations and wobble over to Robin, getting up right in her face. This only seems to amuse her. Why, on God's green earth... not technically. Did you decide to knock me out and drag me down into... I look around, gesturing wildly. Some godforsaken sewer. Oi, watch it! It's a cistern and I live here! So rude, and to think I even let you sleep in my bed. I crane my head to the pile of straw, torn fabric, and twigs I was splayed across before. Oh, of course, how could I forget? The mark of any good host is to poison your guest, and then toss them lopsided onto... poison? Oh, come now, it's a bit of an overstatement. It was more like... having too much of a go of the spirits without the spirit. I glare harder, unimpressed, confounded, and even more than a little troubled that they were being so nonchalant about all this. I'm left wondering if they're really that thick, or simply the world's biggest bastard. Right, so you drugged me, then... Now doesn't that sound ever so much better? Great, glad you agree. That's definitely not what I... Bah, you are fine. Listen, I don't make messes I can't clean up after. That little berry probably isn't even in your system anymore after all, you... Well, actually there wasn't much there to vomit. I guess you dry heaved. My point stands. Right, world's biggest bastard it is. Besides, we need to get out of that little sitch somehow, and the aftermath was pretty funny. I'm sorry, what? Excuse me? Yeah, your little tumble turned poor Maeve right around. I'm sure she's still looking for all the herbs I told her to go grab for you. Of course, looks like all you needed to do was sleep it off. Ah, well, better safe than sorry. I sigh, exasperated with my head in my hand. In other words, you did all this to send Maeve on some wild goose chase? Pah! You wound me with all these spurious accusations. But it will give us a chance to speak with the king privately and fill him in on our plans. I squint. Plans?
Yeah, remember. To get you an audience with old Flan. You know, you told me you wanted to switch sides after all. Isn't that right, buddy, pal, friendo?
What? Flan? Maclou.
Flannan Maclou.
Blood red, and then the surname means son of.
Deona.
Oh, what? Well, see, joke's on you. I'm not actually Deona. A silence lingers over Robin, and as I think about what she just said, or more pointedly, how she said it, do they know? I hold Robin's eye, but my decision to do so only grows more unsettling with time. They don't have the eyes of a person, so to speak, but of a thing. A creature. They glint in low candlelight, staring back at me. Not threatening like a predator, but intently. I swallow. He already has me stuck here. There's no point in being evasive. Just maybe a little coy. You know, don't you? Robin gives me a long, unblinking look, followed by a slow grin. Me? I don't know anything. Well, maybe I know some things. Water is wet, the sky is sometimes blue. And you, Dana, are in a very, very precarious predicament.
But don't worry, you got a good fellow in your corner. Me, Robin Goodfellow. Neither good nor a fellow.
And if you don't trust me on that good, you're learning. Keep it up. But seriously, apropos of nothing, we're both in hot water here, so it's probably for the best that we each have each other's backs. I pause for a moment, contemplating. But, from what you're saying, I have to, change courts?
Oh, well, yeah. That's kind of a given now, unless you no longer fancy having a head. Not that I can judge. I switch mine out from time to time, too.
Honestly, though, it's nothing personal, kid. This lot had a war not too long ago, so they're all pretty antsy about the comings and goings between the courts. Everything's got to be above board, or else it gets very, very secret. And unfortunately for you, you stick out like a sore tongue. Sorry. I bite my lip, not certain... I'm not certain how to phrase this without being too revealing, but regardless of what I say, then there's something I still need to do back on the other side. Oh, well, that's easy enough to deal with. I have a quick little trick that helps me get around these parts without getting noticed usually, so how about after all this is settled, I just pop you back over for a bit. In fact, why don't we shake on it? You follow my lead and I'll make sure we can take care of your business on the Sealy side. So what do you say, is it a deal? With an ever so slight bow, Robin extends their clawed hand out to me once again. I didn't like your deal last time, so no deal. No deal. I didn't like how Robin made me sick. I look between Robin's hand and his face, scowling. Do I look like the dumbest person alive to you? Kinda. But no matter. We don't have to shake on it to come to an understanding, no? No, but I'm not agreeing to do anything you tell me to do, considering the last time I did, I wound up down here. Yes, I understand. No making you cluck like a chicken and all that. But my offer stands, so long as you play your part, okay? I sigh, looking Robin over more than a little suspiciously. Between the horns, the cloven feet, and the silver-tongued words... You're a sly little devil, aren't you?
Haven't heard that one in a while. How, nostalgic.
Well, I suppose we ought to mosey along now. 'Twas nice to have a visitor, but the king awaits. With that, Robin claps his hand together and bounds towards me, wrapping his arms around mine. Wait, where are we? Before I can even finish my question, I watch with amazement as Robin reaches out and seemingly claws at the air, breaking it apart at the seams, until all that's left is a bright white, undulating light.
Hold on tight now. Don't want you to get somewhere else you don't belong,
The air around the void feels cold, yet charged somehow. It makes the hairs on my arms stand on end. Wide-eyed, awestruck, and unsure of what's about to happen, I instinctively pull myself closer to Robin, grabbing onto him with both my hands. Excuse me. It's less intimidating than it looks, trust me. What is it,
A
though?
ley line? They're all over the place, actually. You've probably stepped through half a dozen today alone. Most folks just can't see them, let alone interact with them. They're like pathways made of condensed energy, all flowing out in a single direction. If you open them up and pop in like I do, you can follow with or against the current to either end of the path. Timed just right, it'll get you all over Tirnanook, lickety-split.
I blink. I understood none of that. So, where do they come from exactly? Oh, well, I don't know really. All of them seem to lead back to the great big pit by the Seeley's castle. You know, the one with the waterfall. No one's gone down there though, not unless they're in a funeral boat, I mean, 'cause the pit just keeps on going. Guess that's why some folk think it's a one-way trip to Magmel. Magmel? Home of the gods? Well, better get going. Here we go! Without much else in terms of forewarning, Robin leaps forward, tugging the both of us into the void. Oh god. My vision is once again blinded by the white light. I'm weightless, but I feel motion all around me. It feels like Robin and I are going impossibly fast, yet I have no idea where. And no! Suddenly, the void vanishes around Robin, and I feel myself coming to an abrupt halt. Thankfully, Robin's hold on me keeps me from losing my balance again. As I reorient myself, I see that we've returned to the throne room, but now the only people in it are Robin and... There we are, nice and easy, just like I said. Now, on to find the... Oh.
There you are. I see the druid's alive and well.
Maeve, you're back already. Great, that's just perfect because... Right, Dana, they still need the herbs. Why? They look fine to me. They're just putting up a brave face. Robin proceeds to not so discreetly elbow me in the ribs. Ow! Why
See,
did
they're in agony, even from the lightest of touches. Every step is like walking on glass.
They're so dramatic. I love it. So while you help them, I'll get the king and...
No need. She already did.
Hello. All of us turn around at once, drawn to the booming voice at the end of the hall. Seated there on the throne atop the dais is a man with long red hair and a steely gaze half obscured by an eye patch. The king of the Unseelie court, your majesty. Though he sits, the king is an imposing presence, tall, brawny, and authoritative. He gazes out at all of us with an intense scrutiny, but I can't help but notice that he seems to linger a little longer on me.
The plan?
My main man! Brosif! Dude, I didn't see you there. How was the, hunt? The wild hunt? Was it, excuse me, sir, was it the wild hunt? Are you talking about the wild hunt? So this is the human, the Seelie Court druid. Dana, is it? After ignoring Robin entirely, the king pivots his focus back to me. In turn, so does everyone else in the room. I'm quiet for a moment as I look between Robin and Maeve. Maeve regards me pensively with a short nod and a slight smile. Robin, a little sheepishly, offers me a wink. I take a deep breath, turning towards the king with a slight bow, and... I'm not gonna lie, if I have to pick between Robin and Maeve, I'm picking Maeve. Yes, I am. It's an honor to meet you, Your Majesty, though I wish it hadn't been like this. I would tend to agree with that.
You must be aware that you're guilty of violating the court's treaty of mutual surrender. The punishment for any common man would be death.
Yeah.
The fact that you, a title-bearing member of the Seelie Court, are here without permission is not only grounds for your swift and immediate execution, but retaliation against the court itself. What say you?
It was an accident?
My king.
If I may interject, you may not. I have heard what you've had to say. But they just...
Enough! I am equally, if not more, disinterested in what you have to say, good fellow. It was by your hand that this happened. Now, what say you, druid?
The king's stare weighs heavily and oppressive against me. My heart thunders in my chest, racing 1,000,000 miles a minute. One wrong word could mean my death. Then again, even the right words may ring hollow in his head. I clench my fists, feeling nothing but... be angry? Why would I be angry? I'd be terrified. Powerlessness. Ultimately, there's nothing I can do here. No correct choice to make. The king will do as he sees fit with me, with Robin even the Seelie, so I simply bow my head. It is your right to do so, I suppose. The law's the law. I can't stop you or persuade you out of enacting it, but... I falter, biting my lip. Go on. I just don't want no one else to get hurt on my behalf is all. Maeve was just trying to help me, and Robin may be a lot of things, but she didn't mean to bring me here either. As far as the Seelie goes, whatever else they are, I don't think it's fair to punish a whole nation of people over my own foolishness. Maeve. Yes. Take Goodfellow and leave us. As you command. Now wait, hold on. I think I ought to be able... Now. Robin's shoulders slump as he looks between the king and I. Silently, he mouths the word, "Sorry, kid," before getting led away by Maeve. Now that it's only me left in the throne room, the Unseelie king rises and steps down from the dais. I have to crane my head as he approaches me, given the height disparity between us. My eyes linger on the large crossbow strapped to his hip. Come with me. Okay. I shift back, watching the king skeptically. Why? You don't ask a king why. You say, "Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Don't shoot me, sir." And you just follow him. The king pauses in his steps. I wish to continue this conversation somewhere more private. With that, the king walks past me and over to the doors. And without much more of a choice, I follow after him. The Unseelie king and I traverse through the castle halls without a single word passing between us. His stride is swift, but he does not attempt to overpower me, and in fact, glances over his shoulder from time to time to make sure I'm keeping up. But my stomach twists and turns the longer we walk. Where is he taking me, and for what purpose? Robin and Maeve seem to be confident enough that the king is reasonable, and that he won't take drastic action. But is that true? So far, he seems temperamental and... I don't fucking know how to read that word. I'm an internal reading child, okay? Leave me alone. Even self-righteous, and what's worse, he has good reason to distrust me. My unintended transgressions aside, he thinks, like everyone else does, that I'm a member of the Seelie court and an important member at that. Right now, for all intents and purposes, he and I are enemies. We're here. I startle a little as the king's sudden announcement pulls me out of my musings. Where's here? Looking around, we don't seem to be anywhere in particular, just standing in front of an inconspicuous door somewhere fairly out of the way of the other side of the castle. My bedchambers! Okay, sir! I raise my eyebrows, but have no time to respond. The king immediately turns the door handle, opening it wide, and... Dogs! Bark, bark, bark! Oof. Unable to stop what's about to happen, I find myself being tackled to the ground by 3 large dogs, all bounding out past the king in quick succession. There's nothing I can do but lie there, flat and helpless, as I'm mercilessly stepped on, nuzzled, and licked.
Cunri, Cunnel, Kuan.
Conry, Connell, and Kuan, the beloved pups of King Flannan. Stop that. Despite the king's commands, there's seemingly no end to the onslaught. I'm surrounded on all sides, and they're much too big for me to shove aside or squirm away in a hurry. Eventually, the king is forced to come to my direct aid, kneeling down and pushing past the dogs in order to grab hold of my arm and pull me up. Get a hold of yourselves. You know better. Sorry about that. They're very excitable. Still regaining my bearings, all I can manage is a breathless nod and a weary smile. Anyway, come in. The king stands aside from me and the dogs, who all run back into the room ahead of me and he and I. After giving the king a brief glance, I turn my head downward again and follow suit. Cute. As I step inside, the first thing I notice is the king's room is remarkably plain? Or at the very least, unkingly. It's not terribly big or fancy. There's some shelves, a table, a cluttered rug for the dogs, and some chairs, with a footstool by the fire. But I could just as well see this room belonging to Maeve or even an important servant. There's no sense of status, nothing beyond sheer utility. Did the king choose this room? It's odd in hindsight that it's so down and out of the way. Stranger still, though, is what's missing from the room entirely, namely a bed. Could it be in the other room with the locked door? No, locked is the wrong word for it. The door is bolted shut from the outside with not one but two locks and a large plank of wood. I find myself staring at it longer than I should. Take a seat. I whirl back around to the king's gaze, putting the strange door out of my mind. I get the feeling that it's the last thing I ought to be asking about at the moment, so I simply follow the king's gesture over to the fireside and sit down. In the meanwhile, the three dogs all pile onto the rugs, down and around my feet, all panting and warming themselves by the fire. As for the king, he remains standing, leaning back against the table, where he then removes his eye patch, placing it down beside him. Ooh. I didn't expect him to do that, and I'm surprised by what I see. There's a redness around the eye, perhaps a burn mark? But the eye itself has something strange about it too, though I can't quite put my finger on it.
Think me handsome, do you?
I mean, yeah? Oh, yes. Yeah, why not? Are you checking to see if I'm telling the truth? Does your eye see if I'm truthing or lying? I surprised him and myself. I slapped my hand immediately over my mouth. Christ, why did I just say that? Look at him blush. Good boy, good boy. Unfortunate, given the circumstances. I'm sorry, I didn't mean... The king holds up his hands, seemingly just as eager to move from the subject as I. Tell me what you know of the War of Courts, Druid of the Seelie Court. I sit up straighter and tilt my head, racking my brain for what to say. Not much, I'm afraid. All that was before my time, which by all accounts is a true statement. I just got here. Just as well. No doubt whatever you've heard has been colored by Seelie bias anyway. I will be as brief as I can. Once Chernanog was a united land, at least in name. The four provinces were ruled over by the unbroken lineage of... oh goodness.
Bod Jarog.
Bod Jarog?
Bod Jarog.
Bod Jarog. The last king to hold the title High King. He ruled over Chernanog, followed the mass exodus to Ireland. Okay, interesting. Son of Dagda, who was himself Danu's progeny. He was elected to rule by the kings of the old world, and the blood of the goddess sanctified his reign, as well as his descendants thereafter. Yet despite this honored lineage, Chernanog found itself plagued by a fool.
King Henri.
King Henri. I keep fucking forgetting how to read shit. King Henri, he was weak, ignorant, and turned a blind eye to the grotesque greed of the Flatha, and turned to the corruption of his own court as well. Half the land was inundated by abject poverty and squalor. The average Kayla?
Kayla.
Kayla.
And then the plural, Kaylee.
Kaylee, the average freeman, could hardly afford to eat, and what remained of their meager earnings were either returned to the Flatha in tribute or outright stolen. This is to say nothing of the unfree. Bathaka and
Shincleha.
Shincleha.
And then the plural.
Stop!
Shinclehi.
Don't do the plural. You're gonna confuse me. Shincleha were often no better off than
Fura.
Thank
and then the plural.
Frickin' heck that
Fury.
Thank frick for these glossaries. Honestly, having the audio dialect is really good. In their manner of living, and all were subject to grueling, backbreaking labor in the fields and mines. Do not mistake me, though. Our nobility was not a unique evil. Phalius and Phineas played no small part in the subjugating of Murius and Gorius as well. After all, the king did nothing to prevent the indefinite inflation of spring and summer's critical exports such as produce. In that sense, the autumn and winter
Tierney.
Winter Tierna must have felt justified in working my people to their brink. But not for their sake, of course. Flatha only concerned themselves with the maintenance of their own wealth. Gods forbid they ever forego a decadent feast. Regardless.
The most vulnerable people of Tir na Nog were suffering, living existences of pure misery. Good, honest, hard-working folk would watch their children starve. And yet, not one member of the ruling class did anything to stop it. Much less the king.
I mean, that means enough for there to be an uprising. I get it. They were only common folk, after all. Their deaths only mattered if it impacted the amount of wealth that they cultivated for their superiors. The quality of their lives was not worthy of consideration at all. We were in dire straits, so much that it came to the point that the gods had no choice but to intervene. This was not the first time, God, I can't, my brain.
Tuha Day Danon.
Tuha. The first time the Tuha Day had faced such a vile adversity, but in those days it was the Fomor who kept us bound and repressed, not our own people. My head spins as I take in all this, but one question sticks out in my mind. The gods intervened? What do you mean when you say the gods had no choice but to intervene? I'm surprised you don't know, Druid. The blessings of Danu are many. Chief among them is long life and godhood, or even rebirth for the most exceptional. High King Lu, for example. He led an extraordinary first life, accomplished great things for the Tuhade. In turn, he is now regarded as a god and has lived multiple lives in Ireland.
Inishfal.
Even after our rule of it, do you know of the warrior Cuchulainn? When he was said to be an iteration of Lu, as was my father, Lugad. He, along with the druid Finn, were the driving forces behind our rebellion. They embodied the souls of our ancient kings, who likewise fought for the freedom of Tuhade. I still can't fucking say it right. I've heard it a million times and I still can't say it right. I can't read! The Seelie can sneer and disbelieve all they want, but our cause is righteous, and my father... The king suddenly turns away from me for a moment so I cannot see his face.
He was an unparalleled leader, and an inspiration to us all. All that we have today was wrought by his hands.
Okay. Why are you telling me this? I squint a little, fidgeting in my seat. So why are you telling me this? Straight to the point then. First things first. I won't be sending you to the block, so you needn't look at me so sullenly. But it isn't on... Oh, okay, so on Maeve or Robin's word, nor is it because I trust you.
It's because, and only because, your death benefits the Seelie more than it benefits us.
Oh, it gives them a reason to go to war? With no disrespect to you or your capabilities, you're an expendable asset to the Seelie. If you die, another druid will take your place. But you are important enough to cause a stir. Treaty or no treaty, they'll call your execution first blood.
This so-called peace, this pathetic truce, it was never meant to last. It was only ever the Seelie's last-ditch effort to stop the oncoming tide, to give them time to regather their strength.
But to their credit, it worked. We're weaker now than we were then, having lost not one of our patriarchs but two. Finn lost the war, and now Lugad murdered. I stare at the king, my mouth agape. I'm sorry, what? It's not common knowledge. Only the closest in my circle know, and now so do you. Why me? I'm in shock. I can't believe what the king is telling me. I don't think I'm gonna be able to leave after this. But why? Why you? A reasonable question. Well, it's fairly straightforward. I want you to help me find the bastard who killed him, and if the Seelie are to blame. I nearly choke on the air, all manner of color leaving my face. One of the dogs looks up at me, startled by the sound. You what? But I... Are the court druid to the Seelie queen, yes. If this was her plot or the doing of another member, you are close enough to the beast's beating heart to discover its nature.
I'm no fool, though. I don't believe I've swayed your loyalties just by relaying to you this tale. For all I know, the moment I release you, you'll go crawling back to the Queen. Of course, if you do, keep in mind the Seelie will be more inclined to honour the treaty than I, at present.
Oh.
So I'd advise against it.
I mean, whatever. Honestly, I prefer the Unseelie court to the Seelie court. It's more fun. Besides, I can offer you something the Seelie Queen cannot, or perhaps more accurately, will not. And what's that? Your freedom. Your freedom to leave. I don't claim to be privy to the ins and outs of magic or how it works, but I know desperation when I look it in the eye. No Seelie is as skinny as you. You've been starving yourself, trying to open one of the waypoints out of Tir na Nog and into Ireland, haven't you? Getting a little embarrassed having to pull up the fucking glossary every time. No, don't even bother responding. I know it's true. I've seen others try it during the height of the war and die in the process. You should know that one druid isn't enough to break through Danu's seal, except for maybe the archdruid, and even then. Your window of time is brief. Maybe you do somehow manage the ritual all by yourself. You'd still have maybe a minute or two before the waypoint closes again. You could die or get lost in the void between. Forever. It isn't a risk worth taking, trust me. Besides, as you know, the Order of the Eternal Flame took no side in the war and agreed to assist both dominions in druidic and godly affairs. What I'm saying is, I have the power to ask that you be let free, and I will, upon my honor, should you decide to help us. I mean, I do want to help you. I don't know. I understand that you've had a very long day, so I will give you 3 days of sanctuary to make your choice. Even if you are a spy, you won't find out much in that time. After that, you will no longer be welcome here, and you must either return to the Seelie or face the consequences of your actions, accident or not. Understood? I nod and find myself wordlessly rising to my feet. I wasn't dismissed, but I need to get out of this room. I need to think. The king, for his part, does not stop me, but as I begin to open the door...
Ah.
One last thing, child of... Mill? Okay, child of Mill. Tentatively, I look over my shoulder.
This story is bigger than you and your desires. Remember that, as you make your choice.
I say nothing, closing the door behind me. The saddlebag slips from my hand, the treasures it contains sprawling out across the floor below me. I can scarcely bear to look. Oh, They will say I died.
Derfi siad go bhfuair mé bás.
Derfi siad go bhfuair mé bás.
Derfi siad go bhfuair mé bás.
Derfi siad...
Derfi siad go bhfuair mé bás.
Derfi siad go bhfuair mé bás. They will say I died. Oh. Ooh, a heart! It's cute! Oh, I finished the demo! Yay! Oh! Oh, I didn't mean to click through it so fast. I'm sorry. Dang it. Okay, well, I'm sorry. Oh, what? There's something else? There's a door. It's sealed shut. Password? Oh, I don't have a password. Password. The door does not heed your words. How frustrating. You're certain you had the right words written down somewhere. Did you leave it at home? In your pocket? Well, I guess I'll have to walk away for now. Maybe it's something I'll figure out later. Oh, goodness. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, we finished the demo. Oh my gosh, I did it in one sitting. I'm so happy. That was so good. Oh my goodness gracious. Both courts have such good characters. Oh my god. It's gonna be so hard to decide which character to start with first, what court to start with first. Oh, well, I have some time to think about it, and maybe I'll put a poll up if you guys enjoyed this. I'll put a poll up on like YouTube and Twitter and so on, and we'll kind of see what the consensus is. Thank you for those of you that have stuck it out to the end with me. Tomorrow we'll be back with some more Farming Friday and some fun stuff like that. But for the time being, let's see if we can raid out to someone, get you guys some points before you go, and then, you know, have fun that way. No biggie. Let's just pop over here. Let's see. Raid. Who do we have? Anyone I'm following? Ooh, Until Dawn with Wounds? Let's go. I love Until Dawn. Alright. So we're gonna raid out to Wounds for some spooky times. Feel free to dip if you need to, but, you know, just to get you guys some points. But you know the drill. Until the next time we meet, which might be tomorrow, might be next week, who knows. Stay happy, healthy, hydrated, at least one of the three before you go. And be nice to yourself. Take care of yourself, because I care you. I care you much, okay? Okay. Well, good night. Bye-bye.